All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our first ever campaign retrospective, a session Omega, perhaps. Um, is that I think I like that as a terminology.
Session null.
Always good.
Session isn't Omega the end, right?
If you're Greek, sure.
It's right. So I said this to everybody already, but I'll say this is for Josh. Here's the sections. We're going to start by talking about the sections of the campaign. The sections I have are Immel, Forlorn, Haslin, Time Travel, Mordant, Odier, Return to Immel, and Endgame. Right? And we'll talk about all of those. Then we'll have a general campaign, general themes section. Then we're going to do campaign stars individually. We're going to go to each person and everybody is going to give them campaign stars for things they like from the campaign. And then we're going to end with self stars, which are what we enjoyed about the campaign, how this character changed us or how this campaign changed us. What our favorite what our favorite parts about being this character were, that kind of stuff. Make sense? Great. I've never done this before. I'm a little nervous, actually. It's kind of wild. Immel, let's talk about the beginning of the game. What are our favorite moments? Our favorite things that showed up? Anybody want to start? Should I go over some events first? Does that make sense?
That might be nice, yeah.
It's been a while. Refreshers.
So we were for sure. We were attacked by goblins. We saw that Forlorn was a problem. We saw that Haslin was a problem. We learned about the tapestry underneath the place, and that there was a moment, March 21st, I believe, when the Phantom Lover was going to come, which is this section as well. The Phantom Lover, Haslin was going to try to attack to get the tapestry, and and Better Mommy, which was this section as well, was going to come and try to get Simona. It all culminated with that giant thing where we defended the town, which got Strahd von Zarevich's attention, where he sent Vasily to us. We also attacked the keep where Azraelius was held. During this time, we dealt with the Frost Witch. This was when we were like generally defending Immel, right?
Yeah.
And
the Frost Witch was the first.
Came to us and said, "You must go to Forlorn." That's this set.
I think the Frost Witch was our first real thing, right?
Yeah.
I love the Frost Witch. I think
she kicked our ass.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Albaskew, the Hag, and Michael Jindalis are in this section as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I mean, just in case. Hi, Andrew. We miss you.
He just came back to town and joined my Saturday game last week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Sorry, good. Continue.
Yeah, speaking of the Frost Witch, I mean, loot from the Frost Witch is still like it's still in my inventory. The Frostblade longsword is still the go-to weapon.
It's funny.
And I imagine post-campaign it's now Kellyan's primary because Tristan's greatsword is done. So there's some real longevity there.
And with the Frost Witch being our first real encounter in that way, it makes Horstman, because he was part of that, right?
We met Horstman shortly thereafter. Investigating werewolves was also in this.
It was like in the same area.
I was visible.
Yeah.
To him.
But it makes him just this like he was our longest standing antagonist, I guess, because we didn't meet Strahd for until way after, right?
Yeah.
So we met Vasily in this section. We met Vasily very early on.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, well, when we went to
Strahd, but we didn't know that at the time.
Great.
I mean, I just remember from the battle, I put Karen in a barrel, and the barrel got stolen by the flying lover.
So
thus starting.
What I
the barrel.
loved here.
Oh yeah,
I'll
and
get
we
to John,
used
I'll get to
rope. Oh, sorry.
No, please finish it.
No, and I was gonna say, I think because I got taken with the barrel, we used rope to get me back or something, so I didn't fall to my death.
Yeah,
Yeah. Many traditions were founded
yes.
And
in this
Early
section
on.
of the campaign.
John was trying to say something. I want to make sure. And Moth, I'll make sure you come next. John.
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna be a little bit awful because I look at these games because I watch so much of John's games on YouTube, weirdly. So I'm used to being like an observer. So one of my so almost like as an overarching story thing, what I really loved about this first act was it set up one of my what I thought was one of the realest like transformations of characters, which was our Kalia transformation. I think that Josh, and this is that we'll do more actual Josh stars when we get to the Josh starring session. I thought the setup of having Kalia be very like a carefree fae who was really defined by their unattachment to the world and really setting that beautifully, and then starting to have these moments, almost like a little hit of a drug, of being drawn into the affairs of people who die quickly and starting to care about it with that first Cairn moment where we got to see this very just beautifully organic transition from just being like, oh, himbo boy, to, oh, himbo boy. Well, I
Yeah.
can't let himbo boy die. I mean, it's not like I like him or anything, but like, we can't have him die. The little bits and the way that was just like breadcrumbed and happened to me was one of my favorite like little things to watch from Act One.
Well, thank you.
That's actually like this might be a good time to just talk about reminding each other where our characters started.
Yeah.
No kidding.
'Cause-
Unrecognizable,
I mean-
honestly.
Yeah,
Except
you
for-
talk
except for
about
Yonata.
transformations, everyone had them.
I mean,
No,
Yonata did
even
transform.
Yonata, yeah.
Well,
But, like-
let's talk about it. Who were your characters
Yeah.
when they started? I love this. We'll go in the order on my screen. So we're going to start with Yonata. Anna, talk about where Yonata started.
I think Leonardo started in a very innocent fashion of like young adults fighting with their parents in a way of like, my mom kept secrets, now I'm alone and I'm still mad at her for it. Doesn't know much about the way the true world works. Lived in a very like, lived in a small bubble, right? And her small bubble was Immel and essentially like the bakery, the town, her two jobs. And she was learning how to fight and stuff for the secret organization because she was like, my mom was a part of this. They probably had secrets that I'll learn more about her and why she chose what she did.
Mhm.
And I think it was very much a like following. I think started very 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 naive. I mean, she doesn't quite grow out of that, but she learns more about the world later
Right.
on. Like she doesn't know much about the world other than Immel and Barovia.
Beautiful. Britannia.
So Britannia at the very beginning of the campaign is, I think, very clearly in hiding, and hiding from both truth and from themselves and from things she felt was chasing her. She has this, she's in many ways hiding from the truth that she's no longer with her ex-husband. She's in many ways the theme I was trying to evoke is that of someone running. And even if they were stationary currently, like everything that Tati did was running. And it all felt very empty. She had taken things that hurt her in the past, and she was actively seeking them out. She was seeking out the ghost vision to con people. She was behaving in a way that had led to her first the end of the marriage with Cosmin. Like Odetta and her were never very healthy together.
Odetta. Oh, the Horatio business is also in this section.
Yes.
Yeah.
And did not know how to handle a really obvious something is very wrong here. I have the ability to intercede, but not really as the person I'm pretending to be, not as the coward. And that has far-reaching consequences for 4 more story arcs.
Beautiful. All right, I'm going to keep moving. Vitus.
So I think Vitus started off as just a deeply traumatized fellow who was under the belief that knowledge and power were the only things that could keep you safe in a fundamentally cruel world. And married with that was a naive, childlike appreciation of people and trust in people, and kind of a sort of vague separation from adults, and a bit of a not understanding. And I think what was interesting was, I spent a lot of time looking back on it, seeing how Vitus was just vindicated. He was just right, and just always. And the even with his and for him, like the journey towards eventually pseudo Vitus adulthood, which looked like becoming a doll, and grabbing the inverse of Pinocchio's journey, and grabbing hold of as much control as humanly possible, and understanding that despite the safety and joy that this brought, the general level of additional pain and responsibility that came with that, I think was really his journey. Beyond safety lies responsibility.
Beautiful. Kellyan's, Alistair.
Oh man. Yeah, a lot of what I was thinking about this early in the campaign was about who knows what about Kellyan being a dead girl. There was a lot of there was a lot of sort of public-private personality shifting going on. So the person Kellyan is to the rest of the world, and the person she was to Andre and Lavinia in the theater. I think even through sort of the first half of this section, no one in the party knew that Kellyan was dead. No one knew she was reborn.
Another keeping this section. Sorry, I want to keep inserting them when I think of them. Matteo and the doctor, your surgeon, and Matteo and the mystery of that. I wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, Marinus Carde, right?
Yeah, Dr. Carde. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Carde. Yeah. So that was a lot of it. There was a lot of really sort of that foundation of Kellyan being sort of constantly in this fight or flight position of being traumatized, but she always chooses fight, right? This is one of the rules of playing Kellyan, is that she always chooses fight.
Which is interesting, because my memory of Kellyan in this time period is deeply submissive to Andre, and lost a little.
Yeah, because she can't run.
Right.
So like the fight there is against despair and against it's against suicide, really. Because she doesn't think she can run. She can't get away. So this is another thing that came full circle at the end. the quote here for Kellyanne is that the way out of this scenario is through it, which she said to Strahd at the end. So yeah, the fight there for her is surviving through the situation she was in, and yeah, and just hanging on by her fingertips, which changes throughout this first arc because she meets the party. The party is the reason she gets pulled away from Immel, and like everyone in Immel knows her either as the performer or the
Remember the
tool.
grave digger? The
The-
grave digger with
The
Kelly?
grave digger.
Oh,
Yeah.
Gravedigger.
Yeah, the she was such an important character because of all the people in Immel, she was the only person who didn't see Kellyanne either as the performer on stage, who they assume is just a performer and don't bother to think further, or as a terrifying tool that is both scary to Andre and also must be controlled and used by Andre because she is terrifying to him. So the party was the first time that she got pulled away from that social structure and given the opportunity to become someone else. And she'd never had to think about, who am I when I'm not either of those two things that I don't really enjoy being? Who do I get to be?
Perfect.
And
sure.
that was it. That's the first arc.
Kalia.
Well, we beat Kalia first in an honest moment of dishonesty. Reciting the poem of Lilac Rivers for the first time to Cairn as they're rolling in the barley barn. And I think it says a lot for who they are. I think where they started is a strange combination of Yonata, Kellyanne, and Britannia in some ways. I'm hearing a lot of similarities. They lived in a bubble. They lived in a freaking bubble and had no idea how ignorant they were because they thought they knew everything. But they were also a con person. But the person they were conning the most was themselves, believing that they were just stacked masks on top of masks with no real face, a ghost without a shell, and not knowing who they were. And they thought of themselves as a force, not a person, because that's what they were taught growing up, that they weren't a person. And they were beautiful and they were lovely and they had wonderful traits, but they are the Fae, that they are whatever they want to be in the moment. And you can be a different person every minute. And I think that's kind of where they sat.
Right. Let's go back to favorite moments and things we want to talk about from the beginning. Now that we've got this foundation. Moth.
Two things in particular that I actually want to come back again to the Frost Witch fight, because I think it was actually really important for this campaign in ways that marry both theme and mechanics. Because we had a confrontation before this, the goblins.
Yeah.
No, and then zombies. It was like zombies
Ghouls.
It was ghouls. But Andrew was with us, very quickly used a channel divinity, and that was and it was mostly used as a tutorial. The Frost Witch was our first real conflict, and we got our asses kicked.
Oh yeah.
Like it was one of the more brutal fights of this entire campaign. Like, we had 4 impairments coming out of that fight that we did not start with. Like, I think Anna was deaf in both ears. Yonata was deaf in both ears.
And we were dealing with the frightened stuff that was new to us. We were dealing with injuries.
I was down an ear this entire campaign. Not that it mattered. I lost hearing, and I definitely lost an ear.
From this fight, from the Frost Witch fight, because one of the things I asked for in this campaign was real stakes and for actions to have consequences. And we literally went into our first real combat and it punished us. And it then informed the way we approached every combat for the rest. Well, okay, we went away from it a little bit in the last act, but I'd say to Mordenshire, certainly through
For
Haslick.
sure.
I
How
threw
much-
I threw in a
Yeah.
picture that I really appreciated from the Ravenloft group I'm in of Jezra Wagner, who was the inspiration. She became Jezra Albaskew in this.
The hand, the hand, the hand.
I'm
fell.
looking.
I was
But, like-
I was checking my notes.
Oh yeah,
by
you know,
the
it's
way.
this guy is making it with AI. I didn't even, but
yeah,
good.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, hold on.
yeah.
And
But
I just remember how like I noticed it even at the time, and I was like, that's a really fun way to ensure that my wish for this campaign is being taken seriously, is early harsh consequences that then proceeded to teach us about the ways in which we needed to prepare for things, which
This,
allowed us to
I-
eventually catch up.
This fight is where Vitus lost his arm and the witch put it on his lady love.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I lost, by the way, I have it written down because I lost an ear and an eye. And the thing was I never got my eye replaced. And what happened, because I remember this for one of our level ups, I specifically said, I want to spend time training to throw a dagger so I could have a ranged dagger attack. Should I ever need
I
it?
remember that. I remember
That was
that,
a lot
yeah.
of
But I
fun.
totally forgot that you went through the rest of the campaign missing an eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I never
That
did
was
any-
nuts.
you know, never did anything ranged, but I had no eye and I was missing an ear and I assume I
No.
like to think it was like opposite eye and ear.
Like,
I feel
one of
like
those
multiple
adorable
times.
stray
I
cats.
do feel like multiple times throughout this campaign, though. I remember me personally being like, "Aren't you missing an eye?" And you're like, "Oh right."
But so I wanted to
Oh.
say that, and then I actually really wanted to give you a shout out, John, a shout out for the way this campaign started. I think A Day in the Life of Immel was one of the most solid sessions and introductions I can really think about, in the way that it escalated towards like a confrontation with the druid ghost in the woods. Oh gosh. But we had so much time in the tavern and we got a real feel for so many of these NPCs and
Mhm.
Yeah.
that skills competition, and like I've
started-
noticed
Yeah.
you implementing other aspects of that in other games, and like this, it was necessary, and it really set the tone for that in the first act. We have 5 kind of smaller mysteries and conflicts that we get to tackle as we essentially still have this overarching tone of day in the life of Immel, so that the town becomes a living character along with the NPCs and always feels like a safe haven, even when it
Yeah.
wasn't. And so that when it wasn't a safe haven later on in the campaign, it felt jarring and it felt disconcerting and it felt hurtful as players, not as characters.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That whole start of the campaign, the whole campaign started with character. Right? That was the foundation of like everything we built on top. And yeah, it was very strong.
Did
Awesome.
you
It was great.
did you go into it with Immel as a intentional NPC?
Yes.
The town.
What was important for me, so one of the things I went in is I wanted to do things with Ravenloft I'd never done. And as much as the campaign ended on an epic, crazy note, obviously, I really wanted the beginning of the campaign when we were low level to be about personal relationships and personal small problems, ultimately, right? That would escalate and grow larger. But what was very important to me to lead into the connection with Strahd is that you care about a section of Barovia. Right? That there was a section of Barovia that you called home that was important to you, that you were willing to fight and die for, so that you and Strahd could have that connection. Right?
Yeah.
But I really wanted to test small towns. This is all very gratifying to hear because I don't have much to add because what you have all identified is the stuff that I was important to me. Right? So that's what I have to say about that.
The one thing about it, I don't know if this is a wish, it's just the thing I noticed. Maybe this is just the character I was playing. It was right after Vitus was like, no, don't heal my arm. I don't want anyone to get hurt. And then it happened anyway. Vitus was like, oh, I just can't care about anybody. Any person I care about will be weaponized against me and bad things will happen. And I think that fueled Vitus being like annoyed at other characters for being in relationships. He was like, your action there is selfish. It is the selfishest thing you can do, you blind fools. And Vitus being just like, But I just remember that distinctly, just being like, oh God, Vitus we can't really care about people because the safest thing we can do is if we see someone we care about is to stay away from them and not engage with them unless they're strong, unless they're capable.
This ties to an intentional theme of the section, which was helplessness.
Yes.
Was
Yes.
This feeling of we can't save everybody, which was true. We can't win everything.
Yeah.
Well, it's important. It's important though, because helplessness in tabletop games can easily turn to loss of player agency. But that's not what this was, because our helplessness was the problem of too many choices and not enough time, which is a really good way to solve that issue, right? So, and it immediately set the tone. First arc, way too many problems, not enough time. You can't do everything.
Triage.
Yeah.
Immediate triage.
Yep. Which is exactly what we were asking for, and we got it even better than we wanted. So
awesome. All right. So for the purposes of time, I'm going to move this forward. We can obviously come back to some issues from this later on. For Lorne, this includes Morgan disappearing and running into Forlorn so that you have to follow him. This includes the long, horrible slog through the forest.
Did we skip going to the Fae the first time?
I thought that was between Forlorn and Hassel.
It was.
No, it wasn't. We did skip going to the Fae for the first time, I think.
That's okay.
Rodolfo.
Oh, that's right.
Rodolfo. We met Rodolfo.
Oh, because Andrew was still with us. Certainly.
That section was indeed early on. That's when we went to Crest for the first time.
And
we stopped and we met Rodolfo and we went into the Fae for a little bit. You want to talk about that for a second, Josh?
Only because it was a transformative moment for Kalia, I think. And it speaks a lot to the character growth that they had at the end of that first act. They had seen themselves in a very specific way as this sort of the glow that's left after the sun, right? They're an imitation of sunlight, right? And then I had written something that I think was it's the first poem that I had written down for the campaign, that I had actually written down. There was two of them, but it was after witnessing the fact that my life was not my own, which was a huge discovery for Kalia. And they said, an afterglow, bright, burning emptiness, festering sunlight long past its flame, an echo of warmth. Now Harrow grows what only flesh still knows, though I know I'm so much more than an afterglow. And that was big for them, right? To realize there was that moment of, okay, I might be a bit more than just a force of whatever Fae bullshit I've been told I was because of the people around me. And I think then we met with the Fey Court was pretty huge. We like actually met the Fey Court, which was a pivotal moment for Kalia's story.
This starts the Lote Vitus conflict that goes all the way to the end of the campaign too, starts here.
That's true. With our magical hurt brooch.
Though I do have one more I have to read because this is one of the meanest things I ever wrote. And I said it to the Fey Court specifically to hurt what was her name? Maeve. How envious must be the air in your lungs of me, to spin lives like wool but never weave. It is no wonder you ask that I never leave. I live my life in lines far blurred, but this I know. If up to you to write a poem, the page would hold not a word.
That's really good. Like I'm just like like some of your poems are bigger bangers than others, and that's like real good.
Well, you know why though? Because I write these in 30 seconds while everybody's in combat or some bullshit.
Amazing. All right. I gotta be a villain sometimes and move us forward. Forlorn.
No.
You're following Morgan. We deal with the Great Storm and Rual. We fight the undead Aggie, Loch Ness monster. We arrive in
We meet the druids.
We meet the druids. We
The unicorn
arrive
in here
in
somewhere
near
too,
Castle
right?
Trishanwara. We see the ghosts on the hillside. We arrive in the bleak, destroyed version of the castle where we fight the adventurer at blank.
And we slowly start to realize time travel's involved.
Yeah, we're like, it crept. It did creep.
So there's so we have this horrible, this was for me another one of the like horrible fights with the skulls and in the altar downstairs and the
this was fun though. This was like
but it was like rough. I think everybody went unconscious.
Yep.
And then we escaped into the door where we discovered that we were back in the we're back in time with the Lord at blank. We did all of we saw his tyranny and cruelty and got on his good side. Then we went further in and discovered the minstrel at blank, right? And messed with the party in there. Britannia set time right by convincing the daughter whose name is escaping me to run away, so that Morgan could be born, and caused the mother to commit suicide by telling her too much about what was happening. Then we finally pierced all the way through into the modern day with the twisted tree where Rual came and had a massive Tristan Rual fight, which was also horrific. And
lasted 2 sessions of pretty intense combat.
Morgan was the one to cut down the tree, making Tristan actually vulnerable. We killed Tristan. Time shattered. We saw various aspects of the past. We learned about Xavier's past. We learned about Bergarin, Brita, right? We learned some things that we didn't know about the past. I don't remember exactly what we learned. And then we returned to Immel.
We got a lot of. Okay, I'm going to start this because, again, just very solidly, the moment in which we started to realize that there was a true time travel mechanic that impacted, like, oh, what we do in innermost parts of this affect actual time. It's not like an echo of a past time. It's not like stuck in an echo. It's actually the past. It's the past on repeat. But like the fact that as we learned that, it was a really cool mystery. Like us theorizing how that worked. Also, we thought every bad thing was a vampire at this point, which was very funny. And us, but the way that we worked that out as a group and you really saw how each of us thought about the world somewhat differently. Some a little bit more pragmatically, some a little bit more abstractly. The way that we started, I honestly think this is the arc where we really started gelling as a team. Like we had started that earlier, like the fight against the three different enemies in the first arc certainly had good teamwork, but here's where like, oh, this is where this person starts to speak up and talks about ethics, and here's where this person speaks up and talks about practicalities, and here's where this person speaks up and says, hey, how does this maybe attach to these other things that we've been thinking about?
I want to throw in one of my favorite moments that connects to this, which was Vitus beginning to figure out the meta of the world organically. Was so cool and connects exactly to what you're saying. And especially for it to be John Drew, who was not with us when we had dealt with the meta-ness of it all prior. To John was discovering the implications of it at the same time Vitus was, but kept it to what Vitus knew, which I thought was really cool. Do you want to talk about this for a second, John, actually?
Yeah, it was really fun. This is one of those instances where I'm a big spoiler. I love spoiling myself. I've stopped doing that recently, as John knows. But for this one, I'm like, I don't really know anything about Ravenloft. And I don't really care to learn. Let's just have this be a fun little learning experience, right? So it was kind of a fun experience to be like, wait, what? Really? No way. When like we learned about Dark Lords, like being suffering minds. Like that was cool. I was just like neato. And yeah, it was fun. Like trying to play. It's interesting. I feel like Vitus as a character was sort of just like Captain Meta. That was sort of the idea. But the really fun thing about Ravenloft is even if you are Captain Meta, even if you had magical knowledge of everything, it still wouldn't matter because
the second you find out the rules, they change it.
So it was this really delightful. Yeah, and that was the other piece, right? I mean, this is just for Vitus, right? The idea of like, what actually do you need to get in order to have enough power and knowledge to be free? Like actually, like what is the right amount? And it was always like there's always like a one more step on the rung on the ladder. It goes up till forever.
That's actually really, I'm really happy you're explaining that, because that actually, for Moth, that actually helps me understand so many of the character growth choices you were making, John Drew, with Vitus, because because I'm fairly observant as a person, and I tend to play fairly observant characters. So in character, I had noticed that Vitus continued to act more squirrely. Like as we got through the end of that first arc, as we got through Forlorn, as we got through Haslick, and it felt like a kind of almost food insecurity, but for like power. And I didn't understand the source of that till you just articulated that, and that's really insightful. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about one of my favorite little moments in the campaign. One of the moments from Forlorn that has stuck with me is when Yonata stayed behind the Lord at Blank's time and saw the mists come in and saw him discover that he couldn't leave. And I raged as Tristan, and I got there. I felt it. And in a campaign about suffering and helplessness, both for the worst people and for you all, I felt that despairing rage, helplessness, and that it was one of my favorite acting moments in the campaign for myself, was Tristan's rage discovering being trapped, banging against the force field. What's like a moment that I continue to think about, is one of my favorites in the campaign.
Wait, quick question. Was this when Kalia had that really just mean poem, like the meanest thing ever?
Okay, I put it in the chat. I put it in no, I did write a pretty mean one about Rual. I put it in the chat. Yeah, that was a pretty savage
was it the ice area that I'm thinking of, where you became
that
someone's
one was,
wife?
that's the one with the werewolves.
That's time travel. This is Forlorn.
That's the werewolves.
Scottish. So I'll talk a little more about the section. So Forlorn, I said this at the time, but I'm going to say it again. Forlorn was a holy grail. of Ravenloft for me. I'd never really done it, and it's so complex and messy, right?
Boy, is it.
The actual
Yeah.
way that the time travel mechanic works in Castles Forlorn is every time you walk into a room, you roll a d10, and it changes the time period randomly. And I was like, I want to play with the time travel aspect. It's really important to me. But at the same time, this is messy and clunky and ugly. And so I created the layers. That's not a Ravenloft thing. That was a John thing. And in order to tell Tristan's story, which is wildly, needlessly complex, but still good, right? With all the different layers of it. And it was so
Onion.
Yeah, an onion, right? It was so important to me that it landed, and it did, and I felt very accomplished when this arc ended. Because
Well, can I say
I want to
the
do
most-
Forlorn, and it's a mess. How do I make it clean and impactful?
well, the most
Yeah.
effective thing I think about this section for me, though, is that it laid the original groundwork that it laid the path for the road that we were to follow, of not understanding that we were doing the wrong thing, that we were hurting the wrong people, that we were working with the dark powers, we were like going through time to help torture these people, right? And we have no idea, no even inclination, even as players, we're just sitting here oblivious, and we're like, bad person doing bad things, go kill them, hurt them, make them feel terrible. And at this point, Kalia was going through some shit, so she said some evil shit, but like, that was an important groundwork, I think, for characters at this point.
I want to push back on that a little bit, because I actually think that Britannia actually learned the opposite lesson pretty solidly through this, through two things. A, when Britannia actually talked to the young girl that had otherwise died.
That's true.
And then we learned later that that young girl had escaped and had named her child after Britannia. Britannia had a moment of like, oh, fuck, I'm starting to feel the paladin things again. And I didn't want to feel the paladin things again. And two, as we got to the very end of that fight and we learned the ways in which Tristan had been tortured, like Tristan had done very bad things to a lot of people and also did not deserve what he was getting. Britannia gave him an out and said, it tried. Like we didn't understand everything at that point, right? But like we had him, and Britannia essentially was like, do you feel regret? And he said no. And Britannia mercy killed him. But it was very much mercy kill in Britannia's mind. And like we learned, like, yeah, I had so much sympathy for every enemy we faced after that point.
Well,
So
I think that was what the second thing I was going to say, is that we also laid the groundwork for learning our lesson towards the end, right? And I think that was a narrative that followed all of our arcs, is walking in with expectations.
Oh, so actually, it occurs to me, I want to peel back some of the creation of the campaign. So I talked about last week my moment of, wow, wanting these Dark Lords to suffer is sadism, and I've been engaging in it for 20 years. I've been part of this. I have been saying sadism is okay.
They are the dark powers in many ways.
Right. As an observer, as a reader of the books, I am on the side of the dark powers, and that's crappy, right? And so we had voted on where we were going to start, right? And we voted on him instead of Nartok, was I think the other big possibility. Totally different campaign. And I sat there and I looked at it and I went, who are my three villains? Stradvan Zarevich of Barovia, Tristan Opblank of Forlorn, and Haslick of Haslin are all right here. So they're all focusing on what do they share? And they all share a deep pathos, but they also share an entitlement, a belief that they deserve something, right? And it is in that belief that they suffer. Each of them believes there's something that life owes them that they're not going to get unless they do bad things, right? And it's the crux of each of their faults. And I really wanted to explore toxicity, the toxicity of these characters, but also where they were sympathetic and where they were awful but didn't deserve what they got. Right? And I think all of those things landed for all three of those characters over the course of the campaign. But this is where I laid the groundwork for the start of that. I knew Strahd was the hardest, right? So I needed to get you there by doing it with the two others first. At least getting that, as awful as they were, they didn't deserve it. Does that make sense? And that was laid here. Further stuff on Forlorn before we move to Haslin.
I'm sorry, I
mean-
have to say one more thing, and
Please.
then
No,
I will shut up about this. I also love the fact that you, and I don't know if you had it planned at this point in the campaign, but you introduced time travel. And as a result of that, time travel is possible. And what does that mean for the rest of the mechanics?
So this came about because I had to do Forlorn, and I'm like, if I'm gonna do Forlorn, I have to do time travel. If I'm doing time travel, what does that make available? Right? And like if I've committed to doing Forlorn, no matter how hard it is, that means time travel's on the table. What else can I do with that? And I went Days of Future Past and Redemption. Those are two things I can do. Right? So when do I and I didn't know how the relationship with Strahd was going to evolve, right? That was actually very open, intentionally throughout. But I knew that it laid the possibility of going back in time and doing something about him, which at this point I think was killing him when he first became a vampire. Is I think where my brain was. That we go back to the wedding right after he's killed Sergei and fight him then. Was I think the version I had at this point. But time travel, I was like, I if I'm doing Forlorn first, I get to introduce it and I get to use it elsewhere.
And the
Did
way
you
that
plan
that
for us to? Did you plan for us to take Tristan's greatsword,
No,
or did you have another mechanism planned?
I didn't have a plan.
you had to fight for that, Kellyanne.
You went, I see loot, I want loot. And I was like, okay, what is Tristan's greatsword like? What is it in reality? It's like a +3 greatsword, like woohoo. What do I do with it? How do I make it interesting? And that to it. A lot of how potentially peeling stuff back for future campaigns. A lot of the way that I maintain agency is I say I have an intention. I need a tool that enables time travel. And then I let you do what you do, and I look for the opportunity to take what you do and turn that into the thing I am looking for. Does that make sense? It still involves agency. It's still entirely your choice and where it is, but I get what I want at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I also really love how once you had introduced the time travel mechanic, it became so much richer anytime Yonata eventually used her what's it called?
Grim psychometry. Yeah.
Grim psychometry. Just because we know the difference between the grim psychometry and actual time travel, but it both enriched each other in a really excellent way. So like this was probably my second favorite arc of the campaign. I adored learning how this place worked as we went and having all of these huge world building implications opened up to us, and just the feeling of, after the helplessness of Act 1, oh, things we do have consequences. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. That was so good.
So a little bit of the veil of that, I wanted you to feel good about working with Strahd. So that you would continue to do so. Right?
Yeah.
So I introduced a bunch of helplessness, and then I had your first real act of agency be with his aid on his behalf. Your first big win was because you worked with Strahd. And one of the themes I wanted for the campaign to make Strahd more sympathetic was to introduce dark deals and working with bad things and the necessity of that. And a big part of that was, for this part of the campaign, was working with Strahd, right? And so
Yeah.
I wanted, you could have failed at any point, right? But you got there, and I'm glad it landed the way it did, is kind of what I'm saying. Any last thoughts on Forlorn? Alistair?
I want to push back a little bit on acquiring Tristan's greatsword being oh, we want loot moment. I went into Tristan Wara planning for Kellyanne to bring back some, like, she was going to change, right?
Yeah.
She was going to come back and be unrecognizable to Andre. That was the choice. And I went into Tristan Wara knowing that and not knowing what it would be. And the sword was the last thing, as like, I think we knew at that point that we weren't getting out through Tristan Wara. Everything was falling apart. And the sword was there.
Right.
But yeah, that was a story choice.
Awesome. Yeah, no. I was being facetious. You noticed an opportunity that I had not intended and did not see, is really what I was trying to say. And I think that's lovely. And so I ran with it. Let's move to Haslin and Haslin. In the Haslin arc, we know that we have a month to turn over things to him. There's the opportunity of getting ahead from the Headless Horseman, and
because I made a really shitty deal.
Right. And we do some other stuff between Forlorn and Haslick, and it's failing me. But there's some...
I've got some notes here.
Oh, please.
So there was a scene in the mists with a bunch of mirrors.
Yes.
Each of us looked through a mirror fragment and got the opportunity to ask a question, I think, about the future. So that was a thing that happened. We arrived back in... Sorry?
This was the time where we really got into the tapestry and the hag stuff.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of this is.
Yeah. Right. We arrived back in Imol, and there was a party, and we got the Kellyanne address moment, which occurred only once in the campaign, but it was very impactful. Yeah, the Gravedigger Brunhild very kindly donated a dress. Andre was suspiciously happy because he had a new performance involving the obedient clarinets.
That was fun.
Which was so good because it intersected Vitus's backstory, and Kellyanne had brought Giuseppe into the picture. Yeah, that was so good. And also like the voice you had for Maligno all campaign.
Ooh, yeah, oh my
just,
God.
No, don't want to go there.
I find it.
Burn it with fire.
I think I can. There it is.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, so good.
Awesome.
And so
let me finish the recap, right? So then we start preparing to defend, but Haslick's listening. And he gets very upset that you think you're smarter than him and can outsmart him. So he hypes up the table. We have our first, like, maybe only giant combat, right? The Siege of Imol was a thing I knew was going to happen. I didn't know who it was going to be. There was a possibility that it was goblins from Forlorn. There was a possibility that anything. Falkovnian, I knew at some point, mid-campaign, we were going to have to defend the town from a serious threat. It turned out to be Haslick, right? And massive battle with major consequences. And we see Strahd as Strahd for the first time. And he sees Cairn for the first time. Is when I set that up. And I made a big point of he looks at Cairn. And it's weird.
I rolled a natural 20.
Yeah.
On my insight check.
Yeah.
Which is how we got that.
Yeah. And then Strahd is like, deal with this Haslick problem. and you go into Haslin, you infiltrate Haslick's estate, you find out about his past, about the gay bashing, about how he took that and ate his potential lover's heart and was filled with rage and vengeance against the woman that had done this to him in his mind, and how he was doing this whole ritual that was going to kill every human in the multiverse because of his hubris. And because he was going to kill everybody related to her, which was going to spread to every human. We figured out a way for that not to happen, revealed it to him in a very dramatic thing in the big set piece battle that did not work as well as I wanted to. And then helped him achieve his goal and escape Ravenloft. At which point the Dark Powers furiously threw you into the mists, which leads into the next section.
But before we went to Haslick, we destroyed the tapestry.
Right.
With the nice hag's sacrifice. And she
and Tati died.
And yes, Tati died, and that had consequences.
Yeah. There were several PC deaths in this section.
One of the consequences of Tati dying was Kulia making their first.
No, not this time.
That's later.
That was the second.
No,
time
well,
she
they
died.
had walked into the forest after this and pleaded with the Dark Powers, but instead got a Shadow Fae.
Cosmin died instead.
Yeah.
And Yonata's mother came out, and so did Kateri Shadowborn, and so did Mayonaka.
Mayonaka.
And like the conflict with Haslin started with us trying to retrieve the head of Jacqueline Montari, right?
He said he said
that's what he wanted.
Yeah, that was an option. We could have retrieved the head of Jacqueline. We chose not to ever pursue it.
We chose not to, but that led to the attack on him.
The other version of this arc was working with Haslick, right? Where you would have ended up finding out about this ritual and seeing it and finding out the consequences of it while working alongside him, having become his favored by turning over the stuff to him, right? And then realizing how it all went wrong and what was going on was the other version of this section. So
because, like, I told everyone that I had made the a month from now deal. I broke after about 2 weeks. We had about 2 weeks of planning time, and we used that to destroy the tapestry and then recover from destroying the tapestry and then prepare for the siege. And though he jumped the gun on the siege, he said it was going to happen one day, and then it happened 24 hours before he said it was going to happen. Strahd showed up to that siege, which was very fun. And then we went to Haslin, and like we learned about, I think this was like our second real time when Yonata used cartography. And
he didn't from psychometry until later in the campaign. Oh, cartography, sorry.
Cartography. And it was really cool because like Yonata went around and like mapped the palace, and that was fun. We had a lot of fun flying disc shenanigans, and some like, I think we actually got in some ways the most creative of the campaign.
There's some really, really cool stuff.
Like we got really creative because I think we were also kind of seeing the limits of our current level right about that point. So we started getting really ambitious and creative with our uses of what we had available to us. And you were starting your like grand wardrobe, Alistair, of many swords.
Not
Kalia was doing, I don't
know. Not quite. That starts after we leave Haslick via the mists.
No. It starts in Haslick because you got the weapons when you
broke out of your.
I got a cattle prod. That's right.
And then you also got Gravedigger's shovel.
I had the shovel. I had the shovel earlier.
Frostbite longsword, Tristan's greatsword.
Somewhere in this, I got a Bolvarisi dagger, I believe.
Yeah, you had a
Kalia.
Bobard's dagger.
Yeah.
From
There is a
Because Kalia
Yeah.
stole it and gave it.
Oh,
to me.
there was a whole Balverzi subplot where you actually have to like fight with them or against them in Defenstrad if you search out the dagger and where it came from. It didn't
Yeah.
happen, but that existed.
we didn't do it.
Um,
when did Michael Jandalis die?
Earlier.
It was-
when we
it was
fought,
pretty
Mother
early.
Apple.
He's already dead.
During
at this
Hag,
point.
during
Mother Apple.
during Apple, what was her name?
Smelled like apple
yeah.
pie.
Yeah, during the
Rotten Ethel?
assassination attempt.
Rotten Ethel.
Rotten
Right.
Apple.
Oh yes.
Rotten
Yeah.
apple, yeah.
Thank
During
you.
This is back in the
Yeah,
previous arc.
previous arc.
But yeah.
So,
This is
yeah, please.
This is also the arc in which Kalia's parents arrived in Immel, I think. Right?
Mhm.
Is
Yeah,
this
they
it just released all the changelings from the Shadow Rift right
Hmm.
before this was happening. This is when Horstman gets the changeling blood that changes how he operates things. And they were in danger, and you and Magdalena came to the town to defend. They ended
Yeah.
in the big siege battle.
I do know that one moment I was particularly proud of in this battle was the successful use of the fear spell that saved all of the little ones.
You
Mhm.
did the
Yeah.
rapscallions.
That
The
was
secrets were supposed to kidnap Karen.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it
that-
was
that happened.
it wasn't Karen, it was
Mateo.
Morgan.
Oh, Mateo.
Mateo.
Right.
But it was Mateo, and then there was a bunch of other ones that were there trying to defend him and save him.
Yeah, that was supposed to happen. There was supposed to be a Save Mateo from the Keeper of Secrets session, and y'all were like, fuck that. And I loved it.
We I'm gonna be very honest, I don't know the extent to which you might have adjusted things in between sessions. We kicked ass that entire fight. We were clever. We were, I think we were really tactical. Like, I think we all used our abilities to like their absolute utmost. I think we were really smart in our preparations for the most part. Like, we
Yeah.
put people where they could do a lot of like good, and we
The
did
what
it.
shot? The what shot?
Yeah. I was gonna mention that. I have a star written down from that session for Vinus building a Hwacha. Like,
I did a really cool
Oh.
paladin movement thing that I have the ability to do Misty Step as a bonus action that I typically saved my spells for Divine Smite, but like I literally stepped off the side of the buttresses onto the same thing that Dr. Cardai was riding, and it was one of the coolest things I did the entire campaign.
That's right.
There
This
was
is-
also this moment that is absolutely a painting in Britannia and Kalia's cottage that we definitely have a painting commissioned of, which is us both literally being freaking launched over. Remember? And we're
Oh,
just
yeah,
like
yeah.
didn't even think about the consequences. And then I remembered I had Featherfall right before we almost died. But we were like,
how many d6s is he rolling?
yeah, we're like, we got this, right? We're good. We're good.
Is this also the arc where we had that I think it was in you and Magdalena's hut, right? We'd gone to visit them in their hut, and half the party were inside, half the party were outside, and we got attacked. Right?
That's
And there
Alyssa.
was
That's
That's
Alyssa.
Alyssa.
that's
later?
time
Okay.
that's
Alyssa.
Days of Future
Yeah.
Past,
That's
which
Days of
is
Future Past.
yeah.
the next arc. No,
Time
travel
travel.
is the next
Yeah.
arc.
Well, I included
Okay.
that, the time shenanigans section. This is when we had sock puppets. Remember Magdalena? You as sock puppets?
Sock puppets were the best part of everything. Yeah.
I'm going to talk a little bit about Hazlitt and why he was one of my favorites.
Yeah.
The first gay villain that had anything to do with him, and really, in many ways, a gay character that had anything to do with being gay. Right? I've had gay characters before, but they were just attracted to people of the same sex. This was my I'm gonna create an insufferable queen who thinks he's smarter than everybody. The people I knew, the my own feelings aging into middle-aged gayness, right? I really wanted an odious figure that that thought he was so much smarter than everybody, but was also like actually gay in a way I don't normally make my villains. Does that make any sense? I was very excited about Haslick. I monologued as Haslick on drugs on New Year's Eve, like 6 months before that, to Devon. Do you remember this, Devon? Yes, for like half an hour because I was so excited about Haslick.
No, I remember Haslick being an extremely compelling character that like I
Yeah.
fucking hated him, but I also like know this guy from the West Village, you know, like I know him, and
No.
like
The way in which you've been hurt does not give you an excuse to hurt everyone else. But yes, also you have been hurt. Yes, okay.
and how do you deal with that in a world that's built on trauma? Ravenloft is built on trauma. We're all traumatized.
Yes.
So like, you know, and that's like, I think one of the major lessons that Kalia personally learned in this campaign was that like suffering in this world is cheap as ink for the quill and twice as common. It's not an excuse.
You know who Haslick reminds me of? The track runner that transitioned part of the Kardashian.
Oh,
Caitlyn
Jenner or
I
Caitlyn
think
Jenner.
that Haslick always reminds me of Caitlyn Jenner every time we end up having this conversation of like, oh yes, you were already part in many ways of a very elite subsection of where you come from. Yes, the fact that you are queer has certainly hurt you and has certainly made your life harder and traumatized you. I'm not gonna deny that experience. And also you came out of it hurting other people and using that queerness in many ways as an excuse for that. And I have conflicting feelings.
I wanted him to be odious. I really wanted Haslick to be infinitely unlikable, but understandable.
One thing about the Haslick, not to interrupt, that I really
please.
loved is, you know, the big Vitus enduring theme is that he really saw himself not as a hero, but as one of like the little collateral damage people. And his whole like focus on like those are the people that we need to be protected, and like seeing Haslick as a character and then comparing him with anyone else we'd ever met just made it like so pain, like the torture dungeons. Like Haslick was just straight up evil. Like there was no redeeming qualities about Haslick. And he was fun. Haslick was a great villain.
Yeah.
The best villain ever. Just insanely powerful, malicious, cruel. It all made sense. He wasn't cartoonishly evil. He was, but in like a way that was fun and worked. And just using that as sort of something to show the party to say, hey, you know, evil looks a lot of different ways, and like let's really adjust that moral compass, because like what you thought was bad, we have a new data point like over there, far away, that you need to use binoculars to find. I love that.
Yeah, I also, and this immediately brought this to mind, the way in which it got to a point with Haslick where we recognized at the end of this combat that it wasn't the moral thing to do to give him compassion. It was the practical thing to do. The reason we gave Haslick compassion in that battle was not because of ethics or philosophy. He didn't deserve either the torture or to die, whatever. Like that became moot. Practically, it made more sense to give him what he wanted and get him out of here than it made sense to kill him. And that's what motivated us at that point. And it changed everything about the way that we thought about it changed. That's probably the greatest fulcrum of this campaign.
Yeah.
I actually think that how we dealt with Haslick is the biggest shift in the campaign.
It was not on my bingo card. I did not consider that you would help him win. It was not.
It's like, I know for me as a player, I can't speak for anybody, but in that moment, I realized that morality was a rule set here, not just a thing that we did for ourselves. that the rules of morality were important to pay attention to. Because there's real effects to the world around them because of something that we were starting to, this was our first dip into thinking about the dark powers.
Outsiders. We got the outsider
outsiders.
introduction really solidly here.
And that's what kind of led us to be like, oh, something's going on here. This place isn't just we didn't know it was a prison. We didn't know any of that, right? But we knew that we could move him somewhere else and be better for it, for a compassionate decision. And that compassion was a rule that we weren't aware of in this context. So
Yeah,
I thought that was really important.
yeah. The mechanizing of that kind of behavior that is normally just roleplay in a D&D game. Like D&D is called a role-playing game, but it does the mechanics of role-playing very badly. Right? It does not really mechanize them in the way that World of Darkness games do. But this whole arc really served to introduce a mechanics of morality for the party and for the campaign. It was very effective. A couple of other cool things that I remember from that whole combat sequence. I believe it was Vitus and Kelliant died and were like smuggled into the final combat arena in coffins.
Me and you.
Oh yeah, it was us. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they got captured.
Elliot was dead, and then you're like,
Kelly was.
remember when the hag gave me a thing that saves me?
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't. But
No, that was the wildest thing, because that wasn't a thing like I died and then I remembered a way out. It was, oh, I think I'm about to die. I'm going to use all the tools I have. I have a potion and I don't know what it does. I'm going to drink it. And then we found out afterwards.
Which is
what it
was meant to do, which was exceptionally wild. It was supposed to bring somebody back to life.
And I conned it.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Wonderful.
That was wild.
Yeah. Any further Haslick stuff before we move on to time travel?
I know we're going to talk about themes and stuff later, but I understand that this is a serious game, a serious campaign, but there is a more slapstick version of this campaign out there where I threw away Tristan's greatsword in this arc and went around the rest of the campaign with a cattle prod.
It was on one of the blocks, wasn't it? Wasn't it one of the sources of energy?
It was.
Like you saved it.
Yeah. But there was a possibility here that the cattle prod just for slapstick humor reasons became a thing. Also, somehow apparently I got bonuses if I ever try to construct a magical battery, which I don't think I ever used.
I think we also were just this is.
I'm reading through my notes here, and other stars I have written down from this. Andrew had some great tactical moments here. At one point, used a fly to scout, which I guess was a polymorph thing or a.
What's the disc? I think it was the disc.
Possibly.
The disc was our main source of fly for this part of the campaign.
Speaking of slash, remember when we made the.
I remember Andrew had flying boots.
Yes.
Boots of flying.
Yeah.
Boots of flying.
And then we dangled a rope between Andrew or Xavier and the disc, and we carried everybody so we could get to Beneficus quickly.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was fun.
Fantastic
Wow.
stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
Time.
It's also when I canonically made Britannia fat, and I'm still proud of that choice.
Great. All right. Time travel. Was the first one Sienna? Was the first place we went to as we fell into the mists the theater?
Yes, because I missed that one.
I think it was.
Great.
Yeah, I think so. Because then we went to the cold.
Theater. It was the theater where we did strange stories and we ended up impressing Limoges. Then we went to Vorostokov for 2 sessions, which was the ice place, wherein we threw a bunch of werewolves into traps as they hunted us for the game, and Kalia did the cruelest individual moment, I think, in the campaign, bringing up all of Gregor Zolnik's wife stuff in order to horrify them with him with them at the
Just
yeah.
a pit in this, it's also one of the most character defining moments for Tati that I didn't talk about at the time, happens in Varistoka.
Great. We'll yeah, we're about
We'll
to
get that.
and then we defeat Gregor. The dark, it is in that moment that I decide the dark powers are interested in Kalia becoming a dark power, which alters the rest of the campaign. Not something that was built into the campaign prior to this moment. It was seeing the way Kalia handled Gregor, and I'm always, when I run a Ravenloft campaign, there's half of me that's DM, there's 90% of me that's DM, but there's 10% of me that's dark powers at all times, right? And the 10% of me that was dark powers was like, ooh. It's like, I gotta go with that. I gotta run with that. And that wasn't a between sessions decision. That whole everything with Kalia happened in that moment in 10 seconds. I had the trajectory of that, and it just came to me like a bolt of lightning, right?
I had no idea.
Yeah. It was wild. And then we came back out and discovered we were in Immel 9 months later. And that bad things had happened. The changelings had been turned into test subjects for the Horseman serum. Andre had been turning souls into energy sources. The Lissa von Zarevich had led a failed rebellion that had Falkovnians move in under Strahd's purview. Strahd was mysteriously missing, as was Cairn. Wonder what that's about. Probably not connected, though.
Foreshadowing.
And various other bad things, and everybody was very upset with me for half a session until it was revealed that there was a way to go back. And through Catalina's sacrifice and with the potential use of the Keeper of Secrets, a big decision point was, do we use the Keeper of Secrets and go back to the best possible moment to stop everything? Or do we say, fuck you, Keeper of Secrets, and go to a slightly worse time? We choose to work with the Keeper of Secrets with heavy restrictions. Catalina dies, and we return to Immel 3 months in the future, not 9. Let's talk about the section.
I still love the Heartstrings of Destiny arc. It was just one session.
Yeah,
it was beautiful.
That's
the play.
It's so good. It's so good.
Oh my god, the con job with Kalia in Britannia. Remember?
Yeah. The Heartstrings of Destiny, ambition, lust, and betrayal in 2 acts. Beautiful.
So good. That was really fun. It was a really fun. It changed the beat which we needed at the moment, but it was a fun session.
So I knew the Haslick arc was pretty bleak, and I knew that more bleak stuff was coming. And I had a bunch of different options for the second random place we ended up going, if you recall. Mm-hmm. But I led us towards Sienna. I wanted that.
Yeah.
It was so good. It was so fun to see how we played weird versions of ourselves. And it was like we were allowed to do a kind of reset self-parody in a way that it was really good satire. I think we actually created a really good satire of our own game. And we had enough history behind it at that point that all of the satire landed. We had a lot of things to build on. We had a lot of bits, and we got to look at the ways in which a lot of this shit was really ridiculous, but also kind of still poignant and meant something. It was, I agree, it was a lot of fun.
I think this is also where I think this is also where a lot of the memes of the campaign were identified,
Yeah.
right? Because
Oh.
John deliberately poked fun at them in the play. Like I think this is where the barrel thing and the rope thing were pointed out. Hellions weapon collecting was pointed out. All of the names were wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Caliante,
Yeah, Caliante.
Kayla, Tatiana,
Kayla, I forgot about.
Tatiana!
Oh
Tatiana. Mostly mistakes I had made over the course of the campaign.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Forstoken, because I think this is an important moment for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Forstoken.
Forstokov is the wolves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Exceed
it's
Siberia.
it's Russia. It is in Soviet Russia. Tundra kills you. Yes,
Would my friends like to hear the evil thing I said?
Yes.
yes, of course.
Yes.
So I had worked to go throughout the castle and find an old dress and made sure that it smelled like her, because they're wolves. I found her perfume. I found old pictures of her. And then I cast Levitate on myself. After putting on the dress and transform myself into her, and hovering above him, said, "Do you still taste my bones in your teeth? Did my blood warm your fur spilling to the frozen lake? Tell them, my love, of the tarnish beneath, and save our son from your shameful mistake."
So good.
Oh,
Mm.
oh.
It was so good.
Yeah.
Tati actually had a pretty important character moment. In that there's a moment. It was right at the cliffhanger where Tati had his son hostage and could have like had their sword at the back of a little boy's neck and had leverage because of that. He was not going to kill us while I had a sword at his son's neck. And Tati couldn't stomach it. And Tati had this moment in literally in game of, I can't be this person. Oh shit, I'm becoming this person. Let the boy go, and was on a more moral trajectory for the rest of the campaign. But it was literally that moment of like, holy shit, what would Condigal say to you right now? And it just went, nope.
It's interesting that a lot of Britannia's pivotal moments involve children.
Yeah.
Like a lot of them.
Yes.
I'm not saying anything, but like
I wanna throw out a star for this section for y'all. I really created that open tundra obstacle course for you to create for the wolves, and every solution was really clever. Right. I had that vision in my mind, like, how do I do this? And I wanted the most dangerous game, right? A fight with a bunch of werewolves we ended up having is simple enough. But I really wanted to create the sense of being hunted and you being cleverer than the creatures hunting you, and that's what saved you. And then you all were actually really clever. Like, I didn't have to fake cleverness.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? I didn't
That
have to
was so
fake
much
you feel
fun.
clever. You actually all did very inventive things.
Yeah, I have 3 stars from that session. Though that
arc,
that
that
little
mini arc.
Yeah,
Two
mini
sessions,
arc. The first one is not from the obstacle course, but the other 2 are. The first one, Tati had a fantastic story about drought and vampirism, and I cannot remember any more of the details other than remembering that it was fantastic. Knocked me out of the park. And I wish I had a copy of it, but I don't. Anyway, I remember that. The obstacle course stars I have one for Andrew, who is not here, but we at one point used him as base in the middle of like a rope bridge in a broken section of the bridge,
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
which worked
right.
so well.
Yeah.
And then he just flew.
Yeah, which was great because he had boots of flying, right?
Yeah.
And Josh, apparently at one point you used fear to force a bunch of werewolves to run into some
Oh,
hot
I'm-
geysers.
I'm so glad you asked. A frost to bite, le loup de vide, as sanguine fills the pitiful feed. May it burn your gullet, this flesh of kin. Din of the fetid mongrel, wipe their souls from your chin. And then I pushed them into geysers.
Beautiful.
Yay.
And I guess because they were under a fear effect, they couldn't come towards you to get out of the geyser, so they just stayed there and died.
Yeah, hey, listen, I used
Yeah.
fear as much as possible, and then for the last
was
two
so
arcs,
good.
nobody could be affected by fear.
I wonder why.
It was
Yeah.
good. But like
Yeah.
also that's another one I really liked. That second one you did there, like that's solid. So I have to start talking about Days of Future Past
Great,
because
I
I
want-
can't.
Oh, yes.
Days of Future Past.
Oh,
Let's
yes.
get there. We're there.
So I'm going to start actually with the very end of it because it's one of the most pivotal moments of the campaign, and it was the cleverest just about thing Vitus did, which is the Ebonbane disarmament.
Oh, yeah.
It happens at the very end of Days of Future Past, and there's other things I really do want to talk about, but like it was so interesting and so pivotal and changed so much, and it was so honest. Like it was Vitus looking at it and saying, "Oh, I have a way I can help with this," and then that help doing the thing that any help that is in this campaign does, and having really big unintended consequences. But I wanted to start there and then move backward into that shock that you said there's half a session of us being very mad at you. And I remember that visceral feeling
Oh, I
of
was the SOB.
Yeah, like it was because you had done a good enough job of making Immel a place and a safe haven so that when you pulled that rug out from under us and you removed a lot of the things that we found safe and beautiful about Immel, that we all had this moment of visceral anger and disgust. And I have like I was a lot in my feelings for these sessions, so like they don't rank among my favorite just because I remember just being like I carried that feeling of upset throughout this part of the campaign, but I remember being talking about this with people that aren't a part of the game at all and being like, I don't know if I've ever I've never had a dick, but this feels the closest thing to a dick punch that I've ever felt in the middle of a campaign.
As y'all were so mad at me, I thought to myself, well, you wanted an emotional response, John. You got it. You wanted a really big emotional payout for this section, and oh boy, I actually accelerated the reveal. I had wanted it to be the last thing we found out in the session. And I was like, okay, we're gonna find this out right after the break. we're gonna change the context. They don't need to sit in this for much longer. I got everything I wanted from them sitting in this in the first half of the session. Let's introduce Catalina. But no, I was great. Sorry. Further Days of Future Past things.
Oh man, I mean the horseman part was real fun. That's where we first got our horseman fluid, and Vitus made his first whoopsie daisy of being like, yeah, I'll take this back in time. The other thing that I really liked, to piggyback on Moth's super like Vitus's heat metal, which was my one of my proudest moments, is immediately after that, I'm like, oh, I'll pick it up. And it was like, yeah, your mind's about to get dominated. And I'm like, oh no, but I have negative charisma. And it's like, you need a 22 charisma save. And I'm like, but I can't do that. And it's like, well, I don't know. You could maybe get a nat 20. And I'm like, well, I'll try. And then I got a nat 20 and I was like, whoa, this is probably my favorite dice roll like I've ever had.
Hell yeah.
And then it
was
never
great.
happened again, but it was fun and it was perfect. And I loved that moment.
Can I tell you, I know that I also appreciate that moment with the werewolves was big, but I think actually the most evil thing Kalia ever did that still probably hangs over them to this day was in the moment with Lissa, where they had to turn to Kelliant and say something absolutely foul.
That's in
And
the next arc, I think. We're not at Lissa.
isn't Lissa Days of Future Past?
Lissa, we learn about the threat of Lissa in Days of Future Past. We confront
Oh, you're
her
right. Yeah, that's
when we
next.
go back to the
Okay,
past.
that's
Not
okay.
yet.
But frankly,
Yeah.
what you said to Lissa is the way you do that is a build off a lot of the stuff that
No,
happens
for
in
sure.
this arc.
I thought of including it, but I was like, we have so much stuff here. We'll tack that to the front of Morton's.
Yeah.
Anything else about the future jump and then jumping back to the past?
I mean, this it was a great way of both like doing all of the emotional stuff we've talked about already, but also the foreshadowing and the setup of like revealing the threats that we would have to deal with in the next bit of the campaign.
Oh, that's it.
That's
it. The way and also the way in which you brought the tapestry threats back. Yeah. So it was we had done the tapestry and then we dealt with Haslick and then we got lost in the mist and then we came back and we had lost our chance to deal with the tapestry threats. They had all come home except for Mayanaka, come home to roost. And the way in which it was like, oh, we got back to our place of safety, and not only was it deeply corrupted and foul, but it was corrupt and foul because Jagarin had come back from Falkovnia and had a mission, and because Kateri Shadowborn had gone and gotten fucking Ebonbane and brought it back to Immel, and they both were very angry at us and were doing bad things to the place we loved because of their really intense personal feelings and also just we didn't go too far into it, and I think we treated it with a great deal of grace in a pretty emotional session, but the way in which you made it very clear that what Horseman was doing to the Hexbloods was the equivalent of a Holocaust was, I think, effective without being disrespectful of like it is very obvious that what Horstman and the Felkovnians had done to a marginalized population was horrible in ways that we all understand, but we didn't have to dwell in that in a way that felt disrespectful to the obvious real life metaphor there. And I actually think you did that pretty well.
I do think that we probably need a whole section, not during this part of this meeting, but later, talking about, I think, John, you the way that you handle things that are delicate in nature is phenomenal. So I think we should talk about that at some point later, but yeah.
Awesome. All right, we're in 10-minute break zone. Let's do that. 9:43, everybody. I will see you then.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Cool.
I don't know.
I'll come on a few minutes early, Mr. Drew. Hello. You're muted.
I've just logged on to battle.net to add Moth, and apparently if you have Prime Gaming, you get a free mount. So here you go.
It's actually, what's really funny about that is that it's a mount that's for sale in the shop. And there's a lot of people that are like, I bought this.
Oh,
Now you're giving it to me for free.
yeah, sucks to suck.
All right, I am looking at our agenda and seeing how much more of it there is, and so I may be a little stricter about time for some of these upcoming sections. Because we got a lot to get covered, and I want to start our stars by 10:30, which is ambitious. 45 more minutes on the campaign, and then an hour on stars is my hope. All right, I'll start with that, Anna. We are in the Mordant arc, which starts with returning to Immel, dealing with Lissa, and driving off the Falcovians. How do we don't drive off the Falcovians, we deal with Lissa, which involves killing her, which involves the revelation that Cairn is Tatiana, as she says, what makes you think she? Which is one of my favorite moments in the campaign, is the look on Moth's face. As Moth figures out that Cairn is Tatiana. Was wonderful. Then we Andre leaves for Mordant after we have some reconciliation with him, and he leaves. And we follow him a little bit later. We discover that he has been taken in by the house, as have and Cosmin and Stefania end up in the house, as does the mayor of the area. Then we have the whole house in Griffin Hill with the 3 ghosts, the revelation about the hermit griffin, the descent into the dark part of the house where Vitus and Britannia lose vital parts of themselves. The house collapses in on us. Andre dies and is brought back. And then Kalia becomes Dark Lord of Mordant briefly before she makes deals with the Dark Powers, who are, because Kalia, importantly, murders an innocent to get everybody else out, which is not, I'm not saying unjustified or anything, I'm saying it's the thing that happened, right? And then we return, and then we end up in the Mists and in Odier, which we'll get to next. Mordant, House and Griffin Hill.
There's one other very important thing that happens on our way.
Yes.
We go to Rishimilo briefly and have our second and what I would call comic episode of the campaign, which is also desperately needed and very good. That's all.
No, great. John.
So this is my favorite. Spoiler alert. This is my favorite arc of the whole campaign. I thought this was hands down the best in my mind. I think I'm going to commit to that. Maybe I'll change my mind. But what I love this because we kind of got like so much done. We had the Dark Lord thing, which was obvious. We had the Kelliant thing, which was finally Kelliant being like, who am I? I get to choose who I am. I have all the answers. I get to choose my own path. I know who I'm going to be. And for Vitus, we got to see the Vitus, the sort of beginning of the Vitus doesn't like anyone anymore. Vitus doesn't trust anyone anymore. Vitus is like, and of course that was started with the taking of his core personality traits, right? But like the Vitus who became like, we just gotta go. Can't trust people. Can't trust anything. And very specifically, my favorite part. My favorite, like,
introduced in this arc as well.
Questing Beast is introduced as well. Yeah, that was fun. But my favorite piece is when we leave the house and like all the ghosts are there and everyone's being tormented by the ghosts. And we're trying to like find the ghosts to talk to. The house itself, also the haunted house episode was like like as a little one shot. It was actually like a 3-shot, I think. But like the mechanism of the haunted house itself, the way that was done, being able to like sense the malignant essence of the house, like that was like my hats off to John. Everyone's character work during that piece. I just thought the whole house, like the culmination of like Kalia desperately just wanting to do the right thing to help everybody, killing the person, Dark Powers being like, "You've activated my trap card," and that also started like in addition to Vitus being like, I don't like distancing himself from the group and basically just being like, I don't know if I like these people, except if you like, except Yonata.
Okay.
Being like setting
Fair.
up that like there was like this Kalia helplessness arc where there was this element of not helplessness, I don't know if that's the right word, Josh, but like there was this sense of moving from like the carefree
Vulnerability.
vulnerability, but also just being like at the mercy of the dark powers.
I would describe it as they're starting to discover who they are, and the face that they're painting they didn't like.
Yeah, it was just torturous and beautiful, and it was great. And like contrasted with like the heroism of like Kelly and like stepping into just being like, I'm not the girl who gets cut up on stage, I'm the hero, you know, was just so delightful.
Yep.
I wanna piggyback.
We can talk about that.
The 3 sessions I'm the most proud of are the House in Griffin Hill. I spent weeks preparing for it. I watched like 12 ghost movies. I dissected my favorite parts of those and put them in, and it's just like it was for me just it was so rich on my side, and it was so rewarding, and you all felt the same way clearly as it was happening.
Yeah.
And it was just like I will concur with John that my favorite moments, those 3 episodes are like the thing I'm the most proud of and the happiest with in this campaign. And I'm very happy with everything. But those 3 are like the top of the pyramid for me.
Yeah, those were like pulse pounding, like you've paid for a seat, but you'll only need the edge sessions.
They were also definitely some of the most immersive sessions.
Yeah.
By far. You know, we do a lot of, you know, sometimes we do some fast traveling, we do some kind of alighting, but we were in that haunted house. Like I remember being anxious.
It was a nasty fucking place.
Yeah.
The House in Griffin. Yeah.
It was also and I want to just add to a lot of what John was saying. Since literally the Frost Witch fight, the time I got most that anxious again was in the well of the house on Griffin Hill. Like literally back to session 3. It was like session 3, and then it was the well on Griffin Hill, and then it was the finale. Like like the times I was legitimately most worried for us in terms of our physical and like party ability to survive are those 3 times.
I was prepared to not run out of air and have Vitus die. When Vitus leapt back in before Yonata sacrificed her rope to save him, I was like, if something doesn't happen, Vitus dies here. And has to. If I'm gonna fulfill the promise of everything I've said about this house, and has to.
Pour one out for the rope.
Yeah. Press F.
Yeah.
For the rope.
Pierce.
It's okay. We got ropes, Pierre, so
Yeah. But it was big, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alistair.
But before we got to the house, there was some very quick editing of Hellian's backstory, which I don't know, little bit of a wish that you know we'd got that squared away a little earlier. But I think it turned out really well in the end. I really appreciated the opportunity to have just like a little vignette of Hellion alone in her room preparing to go to the house. That's something that I've really appreciated for the whole of this campaign for all of our characters, is that the slow burn of the campaign means that we get to have those little character vignettes and really explore the characters, not just the mechanics of the game. What's that, Moth?
Just you said that, and I had something to add to that, but I'll wait. I will wait till you're.
Yeah. Yeah. This was a really really interesting arc, because not just for what happened to Kelliant in this arc, but also for Andre, because like he went into this arc not quite on the track to redemption, right? He wasn't a hero. He was almost certainly a villain. But he had like a moment in the Siege of Immol, I think, where he had changed his trajectory just a little bit. But since then, like our mother died, and he went back to Mordant to bury her, right? And instead started using her spirit in part of his soul jar thing. Like he was really on the knife's edge there. And I can't remember if he ever got all of his soul back. Right? He went to the house, got part of his soul devoured, and then he was a nice boy for the rest of the campaign. But I think that's just because
there was something you said to him. I remember the moment that I'm like, it was Andre in Godfrey's study. It's specifically in Godfrey's study when you're talking about working with Godfrey. He's working with Godfrey, and you said something, and I went, "That's it. That determines the direction he goes on from now on." And I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was very much something you said in Godfrey's study that snapped him out of it and made him go, "Whoa, we got to get out of here."
I think it was essentially the idea of your aim, like the way in which you are currently going, you become this.
Yeah.
And it was this idea of like, we get to the compassionate end through practical reasons. But like the way because you'd done a lot of the work in the Battle of Immol when you had been like, "Hey, I'm human."
Yeah.
Like I felt pain every time you did that. I felt it. And like that was important for him, but I think it was more important for you to be like, also, everything you're doing leads you to a certain end, and that end is that guy. And he was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
I just remember you said something I had not expected you to say, and it transformed me as Andre. I want to check if there's any last things about this, because I got to keep us moving. Any things about Mordant? Yeah, please.
I have to. Go.
I mean, the layers of the story of the house on Griffin Hill, the whole druidic aspects, the like layer upon layer over time of cruelty.
Yeah,
brilliant. I didn't expect any of that. I expected just a haunted house, and you added the rest of the iceberg to that, which was
all of which was me and not Ravenloft canon. House is bad. The house is just bad is the thing, and then Godfrey shows up and makes it worse. But yeah.
They're like also bring in Jacques Renier as the artist signature on the house diorama, right? I love that. Getting the outsiders involved at the end of that whole arc, with what's his name?
Israelius.
Getting trapped in the well.
That's mine. Is what I was about to say. I had been over the course of since we had found Azraelius, and I think this is really clear at this point. I don't think I'm I don't think I'm revealing anything. Britannia falls in love with everybody. like Britannia at one point was in love with every PC and every sword. So what?
Polyarmory.
Yeah, polyarmory. And I had this moment where I was like, oh shit, I can't sustain what I've got with Azraelius. This was as a player. Like that's hit its conclusion and I don't have anywhere to go with it dramatically. And so I was like, huh. And then I got an opportunity in the well and I was like, that's interesting. I can work with this. And also Evan Bain's involved at this point, which it's its own mindfuck. Again, fell in love with both swords.
Yeah.
But I had him like the moment of Azraelia saying, this is how we can solve this, and Britannia saying, okay, is like I regret it. Like in real life, it's a moment of like cringe and regret. And like that's like the thing I probably have like the most like weird outside feelings about in this entire campaign is how Azraelius got treated. And like I don't
other stuff that happened here. Moth, I know, like you said going into this campaign that you wanted our characters to be friends for once, and the introduction of Antoine Montague here really helped make that happen in a way that I did not see coming at all. But that really affected my roleplay of Kellyanne for the rest of the campaign. And like we'll see that in the later arcs. There was a moment where I think we'd gotten Andre down to the well with the rest of the party, and Kellyanne trusted the party that were down there to keep him alive while she went back and tried to find out where Tati was, where the mayor was, what was going on with Kalia, who was still up in the house. And immediately, like I think the next round, Andre died.
through a decision of Andre's, but
through a decision of Andre's. But like I left him there with you so you could stop him doing that.
I was very prepared
It was so good.
that to be the end of Andre's arc, that he is redeemed and then dies. And then but
Yeah.
y'all made that not happen. Again, you were like, absolutely the fuck not. And and I was like, yeah.
And before we move on, I think we have to mention that there is a gut-wrenching session. It was a full session. We got out of Morden. We got out of the house on Griffin Hill. We won. And then we slowly realize that we need to talk about Kalia. And it's this that was the slow burn realization, and it was really well done, and it was actually in many ways quite subtle, but like over the course of a session we're like, we did it. It was so awful, but we're done with it now. We can put this in the past. Yeah, we don't need to talk about our trauma. That's not going to have consequences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Tati punched Vitus, I remember.
Yep.
I was like,
oh, yeah.
All right, gotta move to OD.
Yeah.
Gotta move.
There's a lot more to talk about there, but we're going to talk about it in themes, I think.
Right. I want to give us time for themes, so I'm trying to get the themes.
No, this is hard, John.
Yeah. Odier, we arrive. We go confront Maligno. We do a play acting thing for the kids. We convince Maligno that we have the ability to make him into a real boy. We meet Giuseppe, who has been in a room for 30 years.
He's old boy.
We make him into a real boy, and Maligno discovers that the kids still don't like him, and that it's him and who he's been is who you show him that it's not because he was a doll, it's because he's an asshole. And then he kills himself with that realization. And we are shunted out of Odier and back into the real world, where we handle do the second half of Jacqueline Renier, and face the creature and the hag and the creature and all of that stuff, and then we get Jacqueline to realize what a jerk she's been. and she subtly changes a little bit and cancels the becoming plague, which is just for me. And then we make our way back to Immel to confront Kateri Shadowhorn. Let's talk about this section. Go to you.
Nice thing was interesting for me is Vitus is this is ostensibly Vitus is like big enemy / ex-best friend / complicated. And just after everything Vitus had seen, it's like going back and like finding like a high school bully or some like scary old teacher, and like you're the same size as the teacher, and you're just like, oh, okay, you're just like an alcoholic teacher with like a smoking problem. You're not really terribly like you're just a broken thing. And
You're a source of pity now, not fear.
correct. And I think what was really fun for me was I got to do all the dark science stuff we'd done. And then I got to interject my first little burst of like actual Vitus malice, which was saying we're just gonna tune up your feelings of empathy to like 11. And that's a fair thing to do. It's evil, sort of, but not really. It's fine, right?
It's just, and it's evil.
It's
Yeah.
exactly just.
Which is such a
Which, by the
delicious
way,
combination.
is exactly my criticism of the dark powers and the way we feel about it. That we
Yes.
allow them to do deeply evil things because we view it as just.
Yeah.
I was so pleased with that as you did that.
Yes, and my other point from Vitus's perspective was he followed that up with then essentially an opportunity for atonement. Is like, this world's terrible. You have all sorts of powers. Like, you can use that for good if you're not a coward and deal with yourself. And he didn't, because of course he can't, because he's a petulant child. He was like the incel version of toxic masculinity, or I don't know where he is. We'll cover that in themes. But the particular flavor of toxic masculinity he wouldn't allow for that. And yeah, this was a fun set. This was a fun piece. And then we had we
have questing beast through all of this as well,
Yeah.
right? So Vitus is dealing with all of this, and in the back of his head, he can still hear the questing beast.
Oh yeah, and he's
Always.
essentially has a mortal wound at this point that is slowly killing him for quite some time.
And the act of turning Maligno into a real boy is Vitus's prototype run for himself in the opposite direction. And like, it's really important that like Vitus looks at this and says, I can do things I'm not supposed to be able to do. And what does the body even really matter?
Yeah.
Body doesn't.
Yeah.
Something else does. And like watching that, like, in a way, almost academic theory develop on Vitus's part, and how that coincided with Vitus getting more and more disillusioned by the world he's living in, and how that results in like something which is frankly one of the most shockingly scary moments of disassociation, like literal disassociation in character, is so interesting, because we already knew we were dealing with like a puppet theme. And then it was like, oh, and Kellyanne had not brought up the next part of the puppet theme, which is that it means the strings go both ways. So what we had was, but okay, everyone is a puppet. And doesn't matter what the shape of the puppet is, as long as you still have some kind of master pulling the strings, which is about where we were, I think, thematically and theoretically in the midst of the Odier arc. Maybe not for Vitus, because I think Vitus was about a half step ahead on this particular one of the rest of us. But I just remember this moment of horror. Like, Britannia had it, Moth had it, and went, oh shit. Because the fact that we did this, I think Britannia recognized in the moment, Moth certainly did, that we had opened a existential Pandora's box that Britannia was not going to like where that ended up.
Also in this section is the first time Kalia talks to Ezra.
Yes,
The moment that
in the mess.
talking about, I think. As
And that's about to become very important.
yes.
That's on the way out of Mordant.
Yeah,
isn't it?
that
Yeah.
wasn't on the way out of Morden 2 or
Yeah. When she got stuck by the force field.
right, we did that, and then we got out of Odier and it put us back at the edge of Mordant, where everybody was frozen, and then we moved. I'm gonna keep us
Right.
forward unless anybody has something else.
Yep. Yeah.
Great.
It's also I do want to just say this. Odier is fantastic. Like John,
Yeah.
I'm so glad I got to play with you in this arc. Like I'm really, really so glad I got to play with you in this arc for Odier.
also-
It was really good.
I recognize we're moving on, but I also really liked the whole Jacqueline Renier arc. Like doing the first half, then bringing us back there to see the consequences was also really cool. I have a note here about great character role-playing decisions from Vitus deciding to throw in with Jacqueline and get the party into combat. That was super tense for everyone, I think. Yeah.
Lovely.
Really enjoyed it.
So no, sorry, I have to be the one that moved.
No, go.
We return. We stop at occupied Kresk and institute a rebellion. We go to the Horseman Manor where he is doing still more terrible things. Discover that there are 2 horsemen. Oh no, we discovered already there are 2 horsemen. We found them working together now. We skipped the Horseman escapes bit, but it was great.
And Britannia dies.
It dies. And Kalia makes the real deal with the Dark Powers to become a Dark Power on death in exchange for Britannia's life.
I think the over the past section and arc and a half, there was also that slow burn of Kalia and Britannia finding that they might have feelings for each other. It was definitely it happened like once a session. There was a small moment, but this was the culmination of this is the person in the party I'll lose my soul for in this moment. Now, part of that is that Kalia is also very spontaneous and bad at judging what to do at any point in time whatsoever. But yeah, I thought
this was also the section of I'll never make a dark deal again. 30 minutes later, dark deal. Okay.
well, yeah.
All right,
just Joshua.
So we have the Kresk Rebellion. We return. We face Kateri Shadowborn.
We also
Badly.
captured.
Everything-
Didn't we capture Hansel in this?
Yes, we
Yes.
did.
Yeah,
capture
Hansel.
Hansel.
We get Hansel and we redeem Hansel. We
There was a really cool infiltration. Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
It was
the
a really
infiltration
cool-
was just really on point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Let's keep going.
We
Acknowledge
fight
it, but keep
Kateri
going.
Shadowborn. We I'm missing
And Yonada puts the holy symbol of Ravenkind inside herself as the fight with Kateri goes on. Ebon Bane fucks things up.
Mhm.
And
consumes the other Ebon Bane, making himself even more powerful.
then
Yeah.
then fulfills the end of a deal that Britannia made in Kresk of you have 30 seconds to do everything as long as you don't hurt my companions, which Moth 2 minutes later was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And then
Also,
and then
Mechavitus.
And Mechavitus happens in the section.
Mechavitus.
Yes. Oh, and this is
soul,
where-
5% soul.
This is the last
Yeah.
thing where we go to Lot. We go back to this is the same section. We go to back to the Shadow Rift. We fight and kill Lot and are brought back to Maeve. Gwydion is discovered. On our way out, Gwydion genocides all of the Shadow Fae and is all very sad. And then this is Endgame. And then we return to Immel for the Endgame.
A few quick highlights here.
Yeah.
fun moment of we finally get Vitus, but it's not turning on the party, but basically just being like, these are not my people. Totally. I forget who it was. Who leaves Vitus to die? It was someone.
When?
With Horseman.
Oh, I don't remember.
But then it gets
It's-
undone by the dark
It's
powers.
me. It's me.
That's right.
Come
on.
That wasn't in.
Yeah,
That's right.
because
Because I
you
was
had-
observing
you
the
was-
manner
We
from.
know
I know
the
that.
answer to this.
Because
That's fine.
Tati was still missing her compassion.
Yeah.
from
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
She was still missing her compassion
from the
from
Health
it.
and
Yeah,
Griffin
yeah, yeah.
Hill.
And I
Vitus
was
was still
breaking in
paranoid.
through the fireplace from chimney. Is that how I got it?
It was
Yeah.
beautiful.
That was
But
wild.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we had that
We-
moment. We had the Mechavitus. I'm just gonna list a few things. Then we had the Mechavitus reveal of 5% Soul Vitus, who then fled and was just like the most annoying person in the world, which I love.
Oh,
That was, like,
Simpy
so
Vitus.
fun.
Simpy Vitus.
Yeah.
Mega Simp 3000. That was delightful, John. Like
Just
I didn't get to give you enough love for that, but like
I almost
love.
killed
100%.
him 3 times.
I mean,
Yeah.
really, he earned it. And then we had the Gwydion piece, which was really great because it's the culmination of all this stuff where it's just like the only reason Vitus I had, it was sort of like probably if it wouldn't have been just like a pain in the ass for everyone, I would have just been like, deal is set. Like, come on, Renato, let's get out of here. We gotta go. But then I was like, it's too much. It's like it's too much of a dick move. But that's like where Vitus was. And then like the surprise, like, oops, look what happens.
Yeah.
That was so good. And my favorite piece from all of that was when you had Kalia with Maeve. There was a fierce discussion, and Kalia was pleading, and Maeve was like, "You're no Fae. I'll take your power and leave you nothing." And we're just like, "Oh man, there's Kalia sticking herself out," and then the clouds part, and it's just like fire and brimstone everywhere. That was super fun.
Yeah.
We also during this part of the arc, because we had the worst confrontation with Strahd, we had the entire
That's
campaign.
coming. That's the beginning of Endgame is when we have that yelling at with Strahd and Crest. That's the next section.
Oh, did
Not
that
yet.
happen before
Yeah.
we went to the Feywild?
Oh, did it? Never mind.
I was a vampire by the time we went to the Feywild, and that happened as part of that.
So we
Sorry,
actually
I
had,
remember.
okay, so wait, I lied. One more little piece. We had the biggest moment for me as a role player Vitus, where I got to be like, fuck them all, which is when everyone went back to Kresk and murdered the rebellion and killed everybody. And it was just like,
yeah.
that's life, baby. And that was the moment where it's like, everyone here still views the little people as pawns. They're not people.
Yeah.
They're not people. They're just like little NPCs. And that's when Vitus was like,
Yeah.
and then we went to the Feywilds and Vitus was like, I'm out. But not really.
Yeah.
But maybe I am. Who knows? And then it was like, whoops, all the Fey are dead. And Vitus was like, oh God, what have I done?
Wait, didn't the fall of Falk? Was that after that Falkovnia?
We come back,
So-
then it's Lakovnia, then Endgame.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was this
Yeah.
moment, a little moment that I really enjoyed that I did as a little thing for myself here, but it was for everyone though. It was the night before we fought Lot in the Feywilds, us going to that little Fey tavern, that little beat,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the moment that we had opportunity to realize that Vitus had made these deals.
And I was
nobody
so-
caught it.
And I had the insight to do it, and he had a moment where he said, who is paying attention to Vitus? And I said, in character, Britannia's too pissed at him to look at him right now. And
And this was in the middle of Joshua for Kalia had just written this. I'll put it in the chat. It's long. I don't want to read it. Written this poem that's albeit quite cheesy, but it's a story of love for everyone in the party. Meanwhile,
And also getting cupcakes and everything else that Yonata's like taking by the barrel and passing him out like you.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Josh?
Meanwhile, Vitus
ship-
is making deals for killing all of my people as I write something nice for him.
And Yonata does not remember a single thing about that potential deal.
That was all wild. I want to move
yeah,
us forward. Last things here. Kellyanne, please.
I remember with the Mecha Vitus arc, Vitus tried to get on Kellyanne's good side by offering to build her like a prosthetic or something, or like a whole
Prosthetic
new body.
eyeball or something like
That was
that.
a homunculus.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think
Like,
poor Kellyanne wakes
and-
up with Vitus leaning over her,
Yeah.
ready to take out her eye.
And like that was heartbreaking because I mean Vitus already doesn't trust or like or admire anyone in the party at this point, right?
No,
Vitus
he liked Yonata, and then he liked Kellyanne, but he was very wary. Him and
But
He didn't
Tati were
understand
like-
personal boundaries very
Yes.
well.
he
You know,
didn't
I was
understand
like-
boundaries very well, and
No.
also he didn't understand that Kellyanne has only just sort of taken ownership of the body. She's been renting this body all campaign so far, but now it's hers, right? You do not go up to someone who's just taken ownership of their own body and go, "Hey, do you want to? This thing is trash. Do you want to go in this tiny little puppet?"
All right. I'm gonna move this forward. Sorry, it's one. So
It was brilliant.
return to Immel. The wedding is income.
I think
Right.
on the way back of this though, Yonana had a moment where she realized like in her mind to do better is to be honest about herself in certain ways
Yeah.
because she and with the Hansel bits too of trying to find Hansel something to live for besides being under Dracov's thumb. She's like, we can you can find something. We will find it. We'll make a friend. But I think one of the moments here that I was really proud of was like, Yonata didn't have to do this, but she really felt strongly about telling Kalia, like, I'm pretty sure I had been a part of this deal, but my memory's been wiped. But like, I need to let you know because I was there and I was like, I considered it for a hot second and then was like, no, genocide bad. No.
It was a mess.
So
Yeah.
now we do Falkovnia. It's Vitus and Yonata end up in Falkovnia.
Yes,
Vitus,
because
Hansel, and Yonata, we go.
Golden-
we've got the
and
oncoming sort of Democles from
Yeah.
Strahd. We split up.
Golden Dagger flashes out. This is actually during Kresk, right?
No, the golden dagger was we
No,
come
no,
out of
I mean,
mist.
Half the party, we skipped this. We went a little out of
Okay.
order.
Return to Kresk.
Kellyanne and Tati and Kalia return to Kresk
Mhm.
and put down the rebellion, while Vitus and Yonata go to Falkovnia, and Hansel, where they
Didn't we wait a minute? Didn't we only get to go to the Fey realm? We went with an army that Strahd gave us. I think he gave us the army
Yeah.
after we crushed
because
Kresk.
Yeah.
of Kresk.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got us
after
a lot of
Kresk.
order.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Lots of moving pieces.
This is like a year's.
Yeah.
A year and a
It's
half.
okay.
We fight Dracov, we beat Dracov, he goes into a coma, we go unconscious as we beat Dracov, right?
Oh yeah, no, Vitus was the only one up, I think. Hansel got knocked out. I got knocked out on the last round. So no, Hansel was awake, but then gets frozen or something because Horseman considered taking him out because he's like, I can't have anyone see this.
Right.
And then Vitus knocks out Drakov and then with like 2 hit points.
Yeah.
And then Horseman walks in and is like, oh,
Oh, this I think I don't remember what it was, but one of the grim psychometries or something was very important because before this, or maybe it was a Taraka card because I had in my little cartography notebook, I had a blueprint, a well done blueprint of.
It was looking in the past. It was at
Okay.
Tristan's arc, going all the way back there. You
Yeah.
were asked to look at your mother in Dracopetri.
I also
Yes.
did draw a Taraka card for that battle and it worked out really well. But yes.
So then we return to Immel. we talk to everybody, we meet everybody, we find out all the people that are going to the wedding. We say goodbye to a lot of people. We go to Castle Ravenloft for one night that is a month and a half. And we go through, we go through all the different rooms. We discover Sergai, we discover Strahd's mother. We get to know Strahd. Each of us has a conversation with Strahd. We see the wedding incoming, realize the necessity of saving Cairn, but kind of feel bad about Strahd. But also he needs to die, or he needs to be stopped, right? The wedding.
Wait, wasn't there an important confrontation with Strahd before this with all of us? Because
that happened right before Crest. We skipped it a little bit.
Yes, because it's when I become a vampire.
Right.
Well, I thought there was one afterwards where I was there, because at the end because Symphitis tells him about the symbol of Ravenkind.
Oh yeah,
Right.
there was a second confrontation where he comes back and he's
That's
like,
Yeah,
inside
I remember
me.
because I had convinced him that to let our friends show up next time. Yeah.
Yeah, and essentially we all roll somewhat badly on convincing him, and I tell him the truth, and I roll a nat 1 because
You're right.
I just remember that moment
This
of
is
like,
a really, you're right. This is, I elided 2 Strata conversations. We have a really nasty one right before Ravenloft, Castle Ravenloft, then we convince him. So the wedding is disrupted. We have a big, giant, massive fight with Strahd. Kelly 2 rounds early figures out to combine the energy from the World Horseman's Open with the sword. And blasts us all into the past, where we go to Castle Ravenloft 400 years ago, and we convince Strahd through each of our own personal experiences not to take the Dark Deal, which unravels the power of the Dark Powers, undoes Ravenloft, and we live happily ever after. Let's talk about this arc.
This arc's hard to talk about because it's the most recent, and it is also in many ways a culmination. So it's a lot of the things that we already were taking into this brought to a conclusion. And finally, and I think this is actually really interesting, I am so glad you gave us as much time as you did to actively say what needed to be said. What needed to be said was, we each have an impact. That impact is different because we're different characters and different people. But Strahd takes us actively as individuals, which means he has seen us as people, which means that we're capable of changing his mind. And we don't. We fail. But there are other mechanics at play. And one of the reasons we fail is because the person on the other side of the chessboard is not Strahd. The person on the other side of the chessboard are the Dark Powers, and the Dark Powers cheat. The reason we fail, because actually we get very close to succeeding twice. The reason we fail is because the Dark Powers cheat. And because the Dark Powers cheat, we say, fuck this chessboard. And I need to say, we have learned so much over the course of a year and a half of play, and we brought it all to those last 2 sessions. We brought every bit of knowledge. We brought every bit of cleverness. We brought a month and a half's worth of preparation into those 2 sessions. And it is the coolest resolution because we all took it super serious. We were all prepared to go in the places where it was seeming it was going to go at the end of the first session. And then we all immediately knew what our opportunity was, because we were waiting for that opportunity because of the Taraka reading. And we said, hey, we can use this. And we know we can use this because we've been really attentive, really engaged, and deeply analytical as a group. We did not learn a piece of information in this campaign that we did not as a group say, hey, what does that mean? And when we had those chances, we were able to say, we were able to realize some really important stuff. We're a group that was not only book smart, was not only like insightful, was not only brave. We were all of those things. We were ambitious, and we had a number of different perspectives, intelligence to back that up. And it's the coolest. It felt so earned. Like in many ways, it was all a dream, or they time traveled to solve it ending, but like it wasn't, because we earned every single bit of it. And we earned it through 5 really wildly different perspectives. And that's really fucking cool.
Yeah. I second that. And that final moment with this new Strahd, first of all, absolutely tore my heart out watching Strahd become that monster, and I can't explain to you why. Well, I could, but I don't want to. But it's like, like having him there screaming and in a place of obvious agony, like emotional agony, and just we had to take the emotional pivot to turn away. All this work we did with him, and in a moment, a snap second, we had to turn away from him.
Yeah.
And just say, I don't want to play with you anymore. You know, we had to say, we can't do this, right? Like, we have to abandon you right now for the only hope we have of the future. And then he was just left alone in this room, and God bless Yonata, going in there with him, going in there with him.
God.
That was.
I was proud of the 2-man con game of the Dark Powers, trying to get Kalia and trying to get Strahd to take a worse deal. That they were bored with Strahd. You were their tool to get him to take an even worse deal, because Strahd has to choose it or it's no fun. And so you were the tool that instigate that. I thought that was like self-star, but I found it deliciously evil. Being the Dark Powers in this campaign was far worse than being the Dark Powers in any other campaign I've run. It's the most uncomfortable. Whenever I played Ezra, I was so deeply uncomfortable. Because it was just ugly to be in that space.
Well, sorry, I sent a sending spell to her like once a session.
No, like in a way that my villains don't tend to be the deep sadism of them. And my acknowledgement of that deep sadism before the campaign began made me really play that up, like when I burned your feet. Right? And so it was just gross. And I was really hoping y'all were going to find a way to come up them, and you did. Any other stuff about the final arc? I would love to move into themes shortly.
One little quick thing I wanted to say was, I think I was legitimately enchanted with Kellyanne, like in this arc specifically. And it was one of those beautiful moments where it was like profound character change and development in a way that just felt so right. Like having Kellyanne sitting there, and then like Alistair, even you being like, yeah, maybe Kellyanne would have like been into Strahd. Like you could say, like, it's complicated, right? But like the earnestness, the honestness, the I think more than anything else, like the confidence. Like when I use that word like heroic to describe like Kellyanne post House on Griffin Hill, I do mean that, and I don't mean in like the traditional boring hero way, but in the way of when I think of heroism, it's about like not quite grit, but the ability to say, like, I know what needs to be done, and I have the confidence and integrity and intensity to go down this path, no matter what's there, in a way that isn't bad.
There's a lot to talk about for that in themes. Yeah.
But like the conversations with Strahd, I was just like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, listen, I loved the fight with Strahd, and that's great. And I think the final moment where we all got a moment to say something to him, and all of us came to those perspectives that, like Ross said, were earned. right? Like each of us had our own reason for being able to reach out to him. But I think the most fun, the best part of this arc for me was the wedding planning, like setting up for the party, getting Britannia and Kalia getting married spontaneously, which was cheeky and
wait, are
fun
you
and
proposing?
amazing. Yeah.
No, well, I would.
I said, I said, usually people use a ring, and you're like, oh well. And then like planning the wedding, like having like all the scheming and setting up that we all did in our own ways. I thought that was like that was the bread and butter of this, because then it pays off in the wedding or the ceremony itself. But setting it up was done really well from everybody's perspective, including you, John, like allowing us to set it up that way.
It's your moment of agency on Strahd.
Yeah. Oh, that was so good.
I was so hoping that it didn't get used. I had really wanted that. And I really wanted Tatiana to give Strahd a choice. I really wanted that. And I was like, if Karen uses it, Karen uses it. If the moment comes, he uses it. But if I can get it all the way to the last moment, I want that motivation. I had that like a little bit in my brain for like 3 months. Like, oh,
well, I'm glad I gave it to him then.
Well, no. The motive agency ending up being used on Strahd, I had for several months, and then it got given Karen, and I'm like, oh, I'm one step.
Kalia would not have done it. Kalia would not have given it Strahd.
Yeah.
But
there's something about like for the whole campaign, for all of his 400 years, right? Strahd has been a monster, but he's been holding on to this belief that he's not a monster, right? And that's the last straw holding back the flood of truly horrific behavior, right? And that's what's terrifying and so heartbreaking about that final change for him, is that he finally lets go of that belief that he's not a monster. Just going back to what Josh was talking about before, but I think that's it, right?
I think we're going to get to this, but I want to ask a very specific question. Mm-hmm. I did the Taraka reading as we were going into Castle Ravenloft, and you were thrilled with every part of it. And I want to ask what you already had planned.
Sure.
For and why that gave you such an obvious adrenaline rush, because it was clear.
It was when the Raven came up as the solution to problems, and the Raven is compassion and goodness from a secret place that was unexpected. So everything else transformed the end.
Got it.
Vindicated the end. That was almost the dice telling me, yes, this is cheesy, but it's been earned. Do it. Does that make sense? That's one of the reasons I was so thrilled. We drew the Raven at that moment, and I was like, this is almost the quintessential role-playing randomness saying to you, you're on the right track, Jeff.
And I want to say this, it's also really, again, I'm going back to a concept I started with. That's fantastic ludonarrative, because then immediately I drew the Raven and said, we have a chance to redeem Strahd. Yeah. And so Britannia went into the entire Castle Ravenloft arc with the idea that fate said we had a chance to do the right thing here, and that was worth doing. And I think that's a really interesting, cosmic reach around. I don't know what you would call it.
Tristan's Greatsword wasn't going to be unstable before that Taraka reading. The power that you don't understand is crazy and destructive, but leads to good results, led to Tristan's Greatsword being unstable. Because that was before we did the Carnival of Pain or whatever we ended up calling.
No, it was after we did the Parade of Suffering.
No,
but it was just after we did the Parade of Suffering.
The first reading was before that.
Nope.
I swear. Well, regardless, that's what I remember.
Same session, but it was after. Great. It was so good. Sorry, we can finish. No. I just wanted to ask
great,
that.
Great, I love it. I'm just moving us forward because we're going to go over. I would like to do themes for no more than 15 or 20 minutes, and then probably 45 minutes to an hour of stars. And we're
John,
gonna...
what is your impression of the themes of this campaign
Great.
as the DM?
So my intention was to explore a bunch of different types of toxic masculinity, that to explore how puppets, being not having your own free will, being forced to do things, dark deals, and how they seem necessary at the time, but ultimately aren't. One of the big things I wanted to highlight with each of the Dark Lords is they saw an inevitable future that wasn't inevitable, and did the bad things they did to either prevent or achieve, thinking that it was the only way to get the future they wanted. Does that make sense?
Or avoid the future they didn't.
Or avoid the future they didn't want, right? And explore the entitlement of that, and the idea that that life can surprise us. Does that make sense? I really wanted. I kept making things surprising in an effort to set up. I didn't have Strahd meets Tatiana's aunt until like 2 weeks before. And I was so pleased with Strahd meets, because it fulfilled that theme. Like, of course, there's an age-appropriate person who has things in common with him. I really wanted to also hit that Strahd was wrong, that Tatiana was bad for him, and like, why are you chasing this woman that is so clearly wrong for you? Like, even if you got what you wanted, you both end up unhappy, right? And
I want to then ask, what themes did us talking about our characters and creating our characters help you? How did that influence how you were dealing with themes in this campaign?
Sure.
And or how did that change how you were dealing with themes in this campaign?
It's almost impossible to say because it's so woven into it. Vitus's interest in how the world works and eventually escaping led to all of that escape stuff at the end. The cons.
I haven't even talked about the cons.
Right. The cons really transformed how the relationship with Strahd was very different because of that. Kelly and stuff with Andre was something I hadn't planned on doing much of necessarily. And certainly not as much as we did explore it. And it really was so integral to the themes of the game. Andre, I ended up using Andre, which I didn't intend when we first introduced him, as a micro Strahd. As a this is the same thing. Somebody making bad decisions, getting worse and worse kind of thing.
Doubling down, escalating.
I mean, obviously Kalia's cruelty changed the whole second half of the game. With that realization. I also, yeah, please.
You made this clear to us, but the idea of boring as the antithesis to cruelty, that it wasn't compassion, it was boring, was the thing that was the absolute thing that the dark powers would not interact with. And the way that you did that really well with Yonata.
Yeah.
The way that Yonata did not stay pure based on like a very strong moral rigidity, though you obviously had a very strong ethical backbone throughout this campaign, but that wasn't it. It was, they had no latch hold on you. You weren't.
I
gave no quarter.
I didn't realize that for a moment either. I think somebody said, "What do they think of Yonata?" Or Yonata asked, "What do they think?"
No,
of
I tried to. What happened was I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but I tried to reach out to them. I tried to reach out to them to be like, I think, make Horseman the.
Yeah. And I was like, how do they feel about Yonata? And I was like, oh God, they find her desperately boring.
Yeah, no, they didn't care for me, and that was fine. Right. Like, Yonata,
a good thing, because one of the themes I wanted is, hey, we all take dark deals. Isn't what Strahd did something we've all done over the course of this campaign? And the answer ended up being no. Yonata doesn't. And I was thrilled with it because it also had the theme that none of these people should have done the bad things they did, and none of those people should have made the dark deals they made. And Yonata proved one of the points I wanted to prove.
Yonata made
Yonata is
Kalia look like a
exceptional.
damn idiot.
What are other people's thoughts on? Do you want to do your Ludo narrative, Moth?
Yes, I would love to. I will keep this quick. The idea of ludonarrative study or dissonance is the idea of mechanics and themes interacting with each other and the ways in which they can specifically either enhance each other or detract from each other. Ludonarrative harmony or ludonarrative dissonance. And this campaign did a really good job of a lot of that in a way that I don't think D&D 5e particularly lends itself to in many ways. So the ways in which I really want to highlight that, every action has a consequence. Everything has stakes. We know we are in legitimate danger, and that if we fail, if we don't prepare well enough, if we're reckless or incautious, it doesn't impact our ability to play the game. It impacts people that we have said are important to us as NPCs in the game. Catalina made that clear as soon as Vitus begged her not to repair his arm, and she did anyway. We have a immediate start of this idea of you're used to playing a video game and you always heal. You get a long rest, you can be revived, etc. And that makes us reckless with our in-game bodies in a way. And in fact, we go into every RPG with a little bit of that behind us. And then we got really fucking cautious because it wasn't the thing we were used to thinking of as healable and recoverable. It was other things which we had no control over, which were taking that punishment from us. Fantastic theme mechanic marriage. 2, the idea, I'm going to take this one step further, that all of our actions have consequences. We've introduced it from a narrative, from a both theme mechanic standpoint on an intimate level, our immediate NPC connections. And then we go into the Forlorn arc and there's time travel. Okay, our actions not only have consequences in our immediate surroundings, but there are ways that we can interact with the world mechanically that not only have consequences for this, for the game we are currently playing, but for the past of this game and the future of this game. And of course, then the immediate introduction of the mists, which then says, and distance as well. Forlorn disappears. The map restructures. We do a big consequential thing that has impacts the past, the future, and the space. Okay, we've moved an intimate mechanic into a larger 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional space. 3, we move to Hazlitt. And specifically, we do 2 things on our way on the move to Hazlitt. We have a confrontation with a tapestry, and we have a large fight centered on Immel. We say, every personal decision you make, even the ones that are meant to be martyr decisions, I sacrifice myself to save a person I care about, have compounding consequences that, in fact, hurt the people you care about. You cannot sacrifice yourself and expect it to have a good ending. The tapestry teaches us that and Catalina loses power as a result of it. That's on both a narrative and mechanical level. And then we have a Siege of Immel moment in which we get to use every skill that we have gotten up to this point in concert. And what it says to us is the one thing that wins is teamwork, are the friends you made along the way, is preparation and planning and honesty. And we learn so many important lessons about compassion in the ways in which we are benefited doing the Siege of Immel. We approach Haslin, and have a confrontation with a big bad that none of us give a shit if he gets his just reward. We want to kill him, but that's not good gameplay. And we all have to confront the fact that it is better for us to do a thing that we think is unjust, but a thing that is utilitarian wise the correct choice. And it gives us the obvious conclusion of the game we're playing is rigged. And we go into the rest of the campaign with these solid lessons in mind that have been built up over, at that point, what, 6 months? Like, and steadily, slowly, each of us having excellent character moments where we each learned some of these lessons along the way. Arguments, moral arguments that mean very little when you get to the kind of decisions that you end up getting to in a game of this kind. And so we end up doing the second half of this game with a solid understanding of the way the world works that is informed not just by the themes that have presented to us narratively, but the mechanical consequences we have interacted with up to that point. Sorry, that's literally, I've been thinking about this a really long time.
It's
Wonderful.
so true. And
yeah.
just to couch on that, I think with the consequences, I think, and this is, you said this kind of also, but I think what's really beautiful about the theme that I've noticed of the consequences of actions in this campaign, the consequences of your actions is a very common theme, right, in literature and what have you. But in this game, we got to explore a world in which consequences are intersectional, they're nuanced, and they're never fair. And especially in D&D 5e, that is, no, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen, right? Maybe you'll get one face crack moment in a campaign where you did something and the consequence was worse than you expected. But for an overarching theme of some of these otherworldly entities that feel oppressive but all-knowing, and whether or not they are all-knowing, having the ability to press you in just the right moment to take the worst deal you could ever make constantly. And it's not even just that. It's the world itself is set up that way. They made it that way. It's not just the dark powers presenting those deals. It's the person working for a dark power that's just kind of a shitty guy. It's the way the world works, right? It's capitalism.
Actually, unintentionally, one of the things I dealt with was the capitalism, was the having to work with and having to do odious things in order for you to survive, having to aid people you don't want to aid in order to survive was a big thought of mine with the working with Strahd. Initially, I didn't want to do a whole campaign about that, but it was like there. So I'm happy that who is that Moth? That Moth saw that. Continue, please. Themes.
I mean, the themes. It's really interesting. I mean, there was. I don't know. I guess this is almost more like I'll talk more a bit about this, I guess, when we talk about the character. But almost like the cost of virtue or the selfishness of virtue. Right? There's this whole host of things that we inherently view as good or admirable or true or excellent. And for me, I think my favorite moment of this was when we were talking about the rebellion in Kresk. And one thing a little preview is one of my favorite parts about this whole campaign was having like not an antagonist but like a mirror. I felt like the journey of Tati and Vitus were always like they had similar traumas, but they were always literally the exact opposite of each other. Fully 100%, even to the very end, which was delightful for me, and I had so much fun with that. It was like my favorite thing. But like the whole concept of Kresk and the conversation we had in the bar where it was like, well, they can do this and be free. And it's like, well, they'll all die. Like all the bakers, all like the old grand people, like all the people who are weak, they're just gonna get slaughtered. And if they're free and they do this noble thing, which is sort of objectively good, they're just all going to die. And that's bad. So they should shut up and obey Strahd and suffer a little bit so they don't all die horribly and suffer greatly, right? Like this sort of inversion of being like, well, you know, like love and freedom and all these other things were kind of just like, you know, the cost. There's a cost for all of that.
I will say that
it's a heavy cost.
The opposite, though, well, the one wholesome thing is that the one wholesome theme throughout this campaign was the inevitable and inherent good that exists within people, though the purpose of that theme is how easy it is to manipulate and use for the wrong purpose. But it was this, there was so many small moments of light in the darkness in this campaign that each character had, and we had with each other, and we had with other NPCs. But yes, it is the carrot on the stick, but it was a good theme to have in.
Horatio rejecting the Keeper of Secrets at the nth hour and saying, I can do this without you. And the power of that, just like viscerally, was that everything you're saying, Josh, like that moment of like hope and resilience together. And like I'm glad we got there.
That scene was specifically structured to mirror the final scene with Strahd to show you that it was possible.
Yeah.
Each of you shared your personal experience with Horatio such that it transformed him individually each time, such that he was able to convincingly and earnedly push back the Keeper of Secrets in a way that wasn't like, oh, he said no because he's grit. It's no, oh, he said no because he had support, because he had
Ludo narrative.
Right? Because he had friends that cared about him and were willing to tell him he was being stupid in the wrong moment, which is exactly.
I said almost the same thing to both of them. That's so weird.
Did you just realize that right now?
Yeah, I didn't even know.
And that was I think that was like the last scene in Immel too. Like,
yeah.
And it was very,
okay. Parade of Suffering was the last scene in Immel,
but close.
It had a better name.
I want to move to stars, and we're probably going to go to midnight. John, will you die?
I mean, I'll die, but I'll still do it.
Okay.
Let's make sure John's stars go first.
Great.
So,
but
I mean, I can go late, but
a good quote for this campaign: "I'll die, but I'll do it."
So what I'm going to do is we're going to spend 10 minutes on each of the 6 of us. All right. Interweave with that your personal stars. I will give warnings at like 8 minutes. Cool. Let's start with Vitus stars. Who's got Vitus stars? Moth, please.
Oh my God, John Drew. I love playing alongside you. And I love doing it because we got so antagonistic in this game. And we got so antagonistic from a really similar perspective. We were both playing characters that were deeply disillusioned with the world, and the ways in which we both found hope and found things to move forward for were so diametrically opposed that it created antagonism, but it was from the same trauma. And I adored playing opposite to you. This was a fantastic first campaign to play with you, despite the fact that it got real dark and real heavy. But like, I think we both acknowledge the fact that we played better because the other person was in this campaign. I adored playing
It
with
was
you
so
as
much
Vitus.
fun. It was so much fun. I like when John told me about y'all, and it was like, this is a great group of people. You know, I've done a bunch of campaigns, but like he made it very clear that the focus in many ways is on role play, and that everyone also knows the rules real good. Like, and he was basically just like, this is like a fun time to experiment. And so like one of my like challenges to myself was like, just make bad choices, just do dumb things and support the narrative with bad choices, and trust
Which
that that'll give fun opportunities for other people to do fun things. And like if there's another character, like, you know, just you can push the line and be a bit antagonistic and see what happens. And that's part of the fun of the game. And, you know, most of the time, I think what my Mr. Tumnus style Fawn Wizard was the closest I've come to being like actively antagonistic towards the party. But this was definitely my most antagonistic character I've ever played in my whole life.
And very
And
hilariously, I was also playing a character that said many of those, like, as a
uh,
player, I said the same things. And again, it meant that we fought each other. And that was really cool. And I
yeah, it
also
was a lot
really
of
want to
fun.
give you super kudos for your inventive imagination. I don't always think it was appropriate for the setting we were in, but I like that you were always pushing the envelope of what can I create as a inventor in the space I'm in, and the way in which you pushed that over and over and over and over again. Like that had a drive to it and a great ambition.
And I want to throw
Thank
in a
you.
star there. We don't get Mechavitus without Tristan Greatsword Railgun. So as much as I might be frustrated by Tristan Greatsword Railgun, and that's not appropriate setting or everything, we get Mechavitus because you push yourself to Tristan Greatsword Railgun. And that sounds in some ways like a criticism, but it's not. I love that you go crazy overboard.
Yeah.
That's how, but it's my job to take what you do and rein it in and make it fit. And you give me a lot. Right? And
Yeah.
such that when I edit that, there's still so much left.
I love that you had two different gunpowder workshops be exploded in the same campaign. That's insane.
I want to hear from others. Stars,
Yeah.
Josh.
I mean, I think John Drew, this is for you. I think first of all, this is the first. I never met you before this game, but I think I can tell that I think you're a wonderful person and a fantastic role player and person in general. You bring a lightness to a lot of this game that I really enjoy. But also kind of whatever fancy words Moth was talking about with narrative or whatever.
Ludonarrative.
Yeah.
I'm writing it down.
I think you do it very well in a very specific way that only you do, in that you blend mechanics and role playing and imagination of what you can do with what you're given in a way that I can't even imagine, right? I can't do that. And you come up with things that like there's so many times you'll just suggest something and I'll just be there like, what? What? But in a good way.
Allison.
I'm gonna tag on to that. Whether it was deliberate or not, I believe it was deliberate. Vitus was in a lot of ways, in a different way for each of us, a narrative foil for each of the other player characters in some way. Which is like a level of insight that I cannot understand. that was a fantastic choice. It made role playing with you always a delight. Any scene with another player character in it was always made more wondrous, confusing, and strange by the addition of a bit of Vitus to it. It was brilliant. And also, I guess related to that, Vitus having this tendency to be on the side of authority, on the side of the Dark Lords of whatever domain we're in, put Vadis at odds with other player characters pretty often. But as a role player, it forced us to widen our perspective and look at the broader narrative. And that was such a good choice. I think without Vitus there, the complexity of this campaign comes down and
Agreed.
it gets just a little bit boring. And that was such a it's the right kind of spice.
Just to latch onto that one quick thing, also, what's really important is that Vitus was the punching bag a lot. And we all should acknowledge, like, Vitus was the punching bag. I think you all know Joshua well enough that I would have thrown my wine at the camera multiple times if I was that much of the punching bag. But you took it so well. Yeah. And like, I swear you will not be the next time. But I just wanted to acknowledge that it's a very mature and very awesome that you handled that well, and I want that.
From Anna.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the first campaign I've played with you, John Drew, but you fit in so well. I think you brought a great element of somewhat of like chaos to this group in a really like fun narrative way of just like every time you went down your science-y rabbit holes and Yonada's like, you're my friend, I'm gonna stick by you, but also what is happening here? And I along with what Josh said, yeah, you took being a bit of like a punching bag really well, because I know there were scenes where Yonada was just lecturing Vitus in ways of like siblings somewhat do to each other when they think they know better, of like, that's okay, but maybe next time, try not to like murder a whole group of people,
genocide.
Yeah, genocide. Not
okay,
the best.
Genocide deserves being a punching bag. All right. Well,
all right. I want to take the last minute and hear, or a minute and change, and hear from John. John, what did you enjoy about playing Vitus? How did playing Vitus enlighten or change you?
It was really fun. I mean, I think there was an element of the unfun parts of it was just the brokenness of Vitus. I didn't like playing that. I think when we got to the end, like obviously we needed to make Strahd like us and like we needed to redeem him, but I was like, Vitus has to try to kill him, I guess, because like even though that's objectively not what we're doing, but that's like the culmination, that's like the finishing piece. That wasn't fun. I really liked what was kind of a fun is like with Vitus, like the prototype in my mind was like paranoid, traumatized gun nut in his bunker. Someone who was just terrified of the world and had dealt with all the stuff. And like, what was fun about being Vitus then with having that person be a smart person, which I guess is logical in Ravenloft. Like, you can be a crazy conspiracy theorist in Ravenloft, and it's actually the mark of intelligence and wisdom and wiseness.
It's not paranoia if they're actually out to get you.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
And everyone's a vampire.
And everyone is a vampire, yes. What was really fun for me about Vitus that I've kind of taken with me was, we talked about the, playing like a high intellect, low charisma character means you get to do this really fun like thing where you get to be Cassandra a lot of the time, where you get to be objectively right about a whole lot of stuff, but completely incapable of having anyone believe you or take you seriously or be interested in it. And that was like a fun space to play in, where I just get to be like, oh, let's like talk to this person about objectively the right thing, but knowing that we're gonna fuck it up, so it'll be like a fun moment for me. But like taking that into my real life a little bit and just being like, I can be a bit more confident in my rightness, and just realize that I'm very smart. It's weirdly enough shown up in my work, and like seeing how people react to things. But yeah, it was really a lot of fun. And I think having Mechavitis and having John be nice, and this is a star for John. What did I do? Like 3 different class changes, 3 different subclass changes. We
Three.
went from
Three total.
artillerist,
Artillery,
Mistwalker.
Maverick, and Armor. It was great. I gotta move. I'm sorry, but
Go for it.
Kellyans. Stars for Kellyans.
I did not get this character for so fucking long. And Alistair, I do this every single time we play together. You are always the last character I ever get. And it's because you've gone about 3 steps deeper than I'm expecting a character in an RPG game to go. And I loved, I know that they were unintentional, and I know that it's not always like how you were intending with this character, but like I felt a lot of solidarity with Kellyant because as a trans person, a lot of what Kellyant's experience read like was very similar. And I adored the way in which Kellyant came into, and John is going to talk about this further, I think, but that the way that Kellyant came into a kind of true heroism in the latter 2 acts of this campaign. And I think that besides Kalia, Kellyant has the most obvious character growth of everyone in the party, but I think it's done a lot more subtly. And I really, really commend you for that. You did a fantastic role-playing job with this character.
I mean,
I
when you
also,
okay.
no, please go.
I'll add 30 seconds. Josh, why don't you go?
Well, I mean, when you talk about thinking outside the box, right? I mean, every time the whole party is just dredged up, like we are just in the darkness, we're in the theme, we're in it, and then Kellyant comes with like, Vitus does the technological and the mechanical crazy inventions and imagination, but like, I mean, Alistair, every time that we had no idea what to do next, you would just be like, hey, what about this crazy weird thing I just thought of that is probably groundbreaking for the whole world? And it changes the entire direction of the arc. So I mean,
You are the best lateral thinker I have ever met, Alistair. And you do it every single time.
And it's not like Kellyant isn't the small, like Kellyant isn't the tiny moments. Kellyant is thinking 7 steps ahead, like 3D chess,
I can rely on Alistair to transform the game. Every game I've ever run with Alistair, I can rely on his choices deeply transforming my intentions in ways that are always for the better.
So like 2 little things. One for just Alistair the player. You were actually literally why I made so many subclass changes. So I looked at all the fancy, like cool, creative things you did, and I'm like, that's cool. I want to do that's inventive. That's like fun. That's interesting. Like how can I think more outside the box and be interesting? Because it seemed like so much fun. Like all the interesting ways you were using like telekinetic abilities and the little levels in Wizard to get the shield and just like and that's the thing. Like it's easy to make like a good character like on paper. But what I really, really, really admired is the way you were like, I'm going to make these very fun, interesting choices that make for a very fun character to play and have it just elegantly, gorgeously fit into the narrative. Oh, and it also fits the character development. Look at that. It's just perfect, like a glove, like brilliant. So that's like
I'm so sorry. I
mechanically.
have to use the restroom. I will be right back.
And then like the way you played Kellyanne, I mean, I've talked a lot about the heroism. But I think commitment to having your character be so, I want to choose my words well, but you know, the way Kellyanne was for the first few episodes, right? Like not pitiful, but you get what I'm saying. Like you put your
Pathos.
character
That saddest girl in the world.
saddest girl in the
Pathos.
world.
So much
You,
pathos.
you put
Yeah.
yourself in a place that was like not quite rock bottom. Actually, it was rock bottom. Right? You put your character in a place of rock bottom. And then instead of like waiting for an opportunity to get out of that, like people were immediately, I remember in session 1, people were like, let's go beat up her brother. And then you're like, no, she wouldn't
Yeah.
let you.
Yeah,
I was like,
went on a date
okay.
with
She
him.
wouldn't leave.
Oof. And then it was just like you really you basically like turtled your way through that one. There was all these opportunities where she could have been like, but now I'm great. And you were like, no, we're gonna wait. It's gonna happen and it's gonna be beautiful. And it was amazing.
Well, and there's also, so you know how Moth was talking about the narrative foil and the character foil of Vitus and Britannia? Helliant was 1000% Kalia's. 1000,000%. Because Kelliant had no idea who she was. You know, she knew there was something different about her and was just, I think Kelliant and Kalia had very similar, different, but similar traumas. And then that, like, watching you roleplay Kelliant helped me so much roleplay Kalia, because I definitely wanted to play on the opposite, and Siege, we basically switched places.
Yeah.
But it was really fun, and every scene that I had with Kelliant I thought was like, you're a fantastic roleplay partner. Kelliant was so like quiet and thoughtful. You know, Kalia will say all these big flowery words, and Kelliant will say like 3 words, and then Kalia will want to go cry. It was very well done.
Before we go to Alistair, Anna, do you want to throw in anything?
No, I was gonna throw in, I think what's interesting is like I can always count on Alistair to make characters that will confuse me at first. I won't get them right away, and it'll take me quite a while before like I finally start to figure out not necessarily where the character's going, but where I think my character figures out how to interact with Alistair's character better. And I think what was fun for me is every like seeing that develop as the campaign continued. Like I think first Yonata and Kellyan's interactions were very, very awkward with each other. And a part of it is because we were like our characters were coming from 2 completely different worlds. And Yonata was never exposed enough to understand how to empathize with Kellyan to really speak with them on a more meaningful level. And I think and I think it was a lot of fun to see like our characters grow with each other throughout the campaign, of being better able to be like, you know, I get where you're coming from now. Life is kind of shitty, but you know, and but like not in a bad way, but just in like a life throws a ton of crap at us, and like it's all just a shit show no matter what.
But you're the Terminator.
Yeah, but you're the Terminator. It's like you're our armory, you know, you've got all the weapons on your back, it'll be fine. I need something. Hey, Kellyan, you got an extra?
Yeah.
I want to give
Yeah.
I want to give one more small comment. You did a really fantastic job of saying, hey, I have an important NPC that is also important to the narrative, but that is important to me. And I'm going to, every single time I interact with that NPC, make sure everyone is aware of how important that NPC is, because you saw accurately that whatever consequence happened to Andre was going to have greater consequences to you, to the narrative, whatever. But I found it fascinating because as you did that, we all started taking some of our other NPC interactions so much more seriously in a way that I found really powerful. And that I can almost entirely point to your confrontation with Andre before and during the Battle of Immol. Those, like, that was incredibly important for tone setting and for the idea of, we care about these people. Why aren't we spending the time to make sure they get out of this not only alive, but better than they started off? And you loved, like, you in character loved an NPC into narrative, to, for the rest of us, narrative importance. So good.
One sentence,
yeah,
just one sentence.
Alistair,
Alistair, player advocate of the group. Every time somebody, like, you were always, you know, every group is a player advocate. You're fantastic. I really appreciated that. You were always amazing with that. The person that's like, hey, this person was saying something. John's an amazing DM and always never misses it, really, but I appreciate it.
I miss it, and it's really helpful to have somebody else do it. Like, I appreciate it. Alistair, a minute and a half or so. What did Kelly mean to you? How did, like, please?
There's a lot to talk about here. With Andre specifically, so I had a line for Kelly in this campaign about no romantic relationships, and that was because I wanted her to start out beholden in, like, Kelly is the older sibling between her and Andre, so that's where a lot of the conflict for Kelly is from. That's why she won't let you hurt Andre in the beginning, because she feels responsible for him. Doesn't matter how much he's hurting her, she is responsible for him. And that was I don't know, I don't remember why I made that choice, but I remember that it was what gave the character complexity. A lot of the other stuff that is in Calliand is there for mechanical complexity, to make it fun to play mechanically. But that was there to put the character in a box, because otherwise her problems are too easily solved. Most of you, I think, have played Mass Effect, right? Mass Effect 2, I think. So little tangent here. In Mass Effect 2, when you go and recruit Grunt, the Krogan, the scientist who's got Grunt, who is a clone, who is in a tank, basically says that his goal is that the genophage that has been killing his whole civilization, he's going to deliver the greatest insult he can to it, and that insult is to make it ignored, to make it irrelevant, because Grunt is going to be the perfect Krogan who cannot be. It doesn't matter what you do to him; he's just going to power through it. That is Kelliant as well. Kelliant is not the saddest girl in the world. For Kelliant, for me as a player, the more she gets hurt, the more she survives through it. Like, every little bit of that is an expression of strength and resolve, and that was essential to playing Kelliant. I'm really, I was really proud of her for that, in an odd way. I don't know if I can be proud of a player of a character that I'm playing. It feels a little strange.
Absolutely can.
But
so
yeah, I love that for her. And for me, I did that because for me, Hellion didn't become a monster in a sort of emotional
20-second
pathos driven way that some of the other characters in this group have, and that the Dark Lords have. Hellion, the kind of monster that Hellion is she's brutal. She's a body horror monster. She's she's missing a limb, she's missing. Yeah, Helliant is the brutality of Ravenloft, and that was a lot of fun to play. There's a lot more to say.
All right, I'm gonna move swiftly. Yonata stars.
Oh my god.
Okay, I've got so many Yonata stars, and I did not get to do them in game, so I'm going to be very quick about this, but I'm going to be very comprehensive. Yonata, in many ways, had a concept that Anna, you had a concept for Yonata that was clear from day one, and it was clear on day 480 something. And that's really impressive. Specifically, there are individual moments of kindness. I find it less important the Yonata not giving into the Dark Lords, whatever. I think that can be circumstantial, whatever. What I do find important is every time we had a chance for a downtime or for a moment of rest, Yonata said, I go and I get something baked, or I bake something and I give it to people. Every single time you found a moment to say, I am finding an expression of love and I am expressing that love. You're the only person who did it. You were consistent. You had a way of doing it, and you did it consistently. And as a result, the only person Britannia never doubted in this entire campaign was Yonata. And it was because every time you had a chance to do something kind, you did something kind.
I know we're doing stars, but can I ask that Yonata was incorruptible, right? That became a theme later in the campaign. When did that turn up? And was it deliberate, or was it something you discovered while you were playing a character?
So that's something that's really interesting, because it was very unintentional until I realized suddenly, like, saying yes to the dark powers, making some sort of deal, doing something bad, didn't fit with how I was role-playing Yonata. And I was like, oh, yeah, no, she's just gonna ride this out then.
So the character I've associated with Yonata for a very long time, and I didn't want to say it, didn't want it to affect you, is Sam Gamgee. And that's
Samwise Gamgee, yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
It is. It's totally.
He's incorruptible, not because he's incorruptible, but because he is simple and good. And there's nothing for the ring to latch onto. And that was Yonata. Her simple goodness got her through all of the pitfalls I made in this game. This game was trap after trap, and Yonata just walked past them, and in a wonderful way. So that's what I wanted to say in this section. I didn't. I'm good. Anybody else have stars?
Oh, I mean, the whimsy. Really, the only character that brought consistent, relatable, non-world breaking whimsy was Yonata. And Anna, thank you so much. I mean, my God, if we didn't have like consistent rope hijinks to joke about, or the barrels, or like, I mean, honestly, one of the most powerful moments that kind of set the stage, right, for this theme of redemption was with Hansel, right? Like,
but there was so much steel there as well.
Yeah, it was not just like you being like, hey, let's be nice. You were just
It
like, no,
wasn't innocence. It was absolutely not innocence.
Yeah, we're taking my brother. We're tying him up. And it's like time to kill him. And it's like, absolutely not. Like, hey, let's talk this through. And Yana was ready to kill him if like she needed to.
Yeah.
But she was like, no, we're gonna have a chance. Or she wasn't like, no, stop, he's my brother. She's like, no, let's let's see if we can redeem him. And if
Let's
not,
be
then
smart about this. And the smart option for Yonata is always give them a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to highlight early Hansel, where Hansel was the carrot and trying to get Yonata to return to Falkovnia, and the grit and steel that showed up. in
Oh,
those
yeah.
conversations.
Oh, it was so
Yeah.
good.
No, it was amazing. I think Yonata was this like this perfect little ball of light in this campaign that we so desperately needed, but also is like humor and this lightness is part of human nature, even in trauma, right? And I think that it was necessary. Like it didn't ever break me out of it, right? Like it was a necessary part of this world, and I think you role played it so well. And yeah, you definitely made like the way you played Yonata made Kalia feel like a damn idiot. And I loved it. And I mean, Anna, you're always amazing. So
Aw.
There's
Yeah.
also a few moments I really want to Anna, you failed as Yonata a lot. And that never weakened Yonata's resolve. Yonata failed, and it was never an indictment on Yonata's behavior. It was always truthful, and I know how hard it is to play a character that isn't making the roles that you're trying to make. And you failed a lot of roles in this campaign, and I really respected, Anna, how you dealt with so much of that with real grace and with like oh, how does this inform my character? And the
Yeah.
idea of someone who keeps trying hard things despite the fact that they have failed those hard things was a really big part of Yonata's arc that is so hard to role play and so frustrating to role play. And like, you did a really good job.
also
Yeah.
mechanic wise,
I was gonna say this, yeah.
Yeah.
mechanic wise, amazing. I mean, the grim psychometry, like yes, you did all these things, but like
Oh my God.
you went into your mechanic of this like blood hunter and all of these abilities that you have in like I've seen people play this class before, and frankly I found it kind of boring. Like I tried playing it and it was boring. You used it in a really unique way every time, so kudos to you for that. Like actually you made it a really interesting class and made it important to the narrative the way that you used your mechanics. So I thought, and the map making, I mean the cartography
Yeah.
was like so many times came in clutch. Like it was so good.
It was such a good
I
flavor
wanna
bit.
I want to briefly touch on Yonata and Faith. I think it was really telling that we gave was the holy symbol of Ravenkind
Mhm.
at the end. We gave that to Yonata. Yonata never really did the charisma part of Faith
Nope.
as a character. Never really
Never
got
really did
preachy.
charisma in general as a character.
Yeah.
You tried it, you
But
failed
we
it.
gave
Oh yeah.
yeah, like nailed it. But it was a very different kind of it was a different expression of faith to what you normally see in D&D games. There were two there were two kind of inspirations for Callian's
We have
faith
20
journey.
seconds.
Yep.
We have to go to Anna.
One of them, big one, Tati, Paladin stuff. But at the end there, having faith in young Strahd, going like not taking the deal, going up and giving him a hug. That's all Yonata inspiration. So thank you for that. It was beautiful, beautifully done.
Yonata, Anna, what was important to you about Yonata? What did you enjoy playing about her?
I think what I enjoyed playing about her was this was a character who really didn't like for me, I created a character who was very steady in their backstory. And so it felt really easy to slip into Yonata every Friday to be like, yeah, Yonata has such a set way to her. And not that she doesn't grow from it, but that, she knows at her core, this is who I am. And I can learn things from my failure. People have abilities to be good. They just have to be given that chance, you know. And it was something that like I really loved Yonata in her simplicity. I loved being able to also just pull like my like the whimsy of like she loves her barrels and ropes, and it's become, you know, genetic, as we found out in the epilogue. And you know, and that was another thing of like I wanted, you know, because Yonata wasn't this necessarily dark character with like a dark backstory, I had a lot of fun being able to pull in some whimsy that really fit with Barovia without being like so outlandish that it doesn't work and it takes people out of the setting, because that's not what I wanted to do. But it was like, oh, Karen's about to be taken. What if we hide him in the barrel? We got one here. We can just, you know, put him in there. It's fine. And I think one of the big things was for the longest time, what I did with Yonata was she latches on to people in different ways. So in the beginning, it was really the baker, Mikhail, and that's where her love of baking came from, and why it was such a consistent theme was because she was always like,
30 seconds, sorry.
okay, no, it was always just like, I want to make sure Mikhail's doing okay, and she lost. Not that she lost faith in Mikhail, but she learned people have to take consequences for their actions when he was arrested for being a rebel and rebel stuff. And then it switched into Hansel being like, Hansel's been misguided his entire life. I can change that. He has a belief in me. I have a chance to switch it. But if it doesn't work out, you know, we can off him. It's fine. Like she didn't have a deep emotional attachment until after he did that switch.
I have to call it here, sorry.
No, all good.
All right. Moth Stars, Britannia.
Oh my
Oh.
God. It is no secret, I think, that Britannia is my favorite character in this campaign, and my favorite character I've ever seen you play, Moth. Like,
So good.
I had so much fun role-playing with you with this character. You are world-class role player and strategist. Like, the way that you develop your character arcs, there's too many stars to give. Like you have complete control of your narrative, and when you lose it, you adapt beautifully. And I just there's too much I could say, but love.
I gotta give, Tati was such a like actually an influential character for Yonata in a way, because Yonata looked up to Tati as like as knowing things about the world and as someone who like somewhat knows the way the world works, is a great critical thinker, and Yonata wanted to emulate parts of that, because she, you know, especially in the beginning, she was like, this is a person who appears to be like very confident in what they're doing and what they know. And, you know, Yonata doesn't have, you know, Yonata didn't have great insight, didn't.
You were looking for a mom.
Yeah, and like, you know,
That's
and
exactly
I think Tati in a lot of aspects filled that sort of role for Yonata of someone that Yonata always knew if she had a problem, if she wanted advice, she could go to Tati for some pretty decent advice. And it was just it was a lot of it was just like very inspiring. Like Britannia was an amazing character.
I wanna just acknowledge, like, we've seen Oathbreaker Paladins before. Oathbreaker Paladins happen a lot in D&D, but conflicting oaths that force you to break an oath, that's new. That was really cool. I love, like, I mentioned Faith before. The relationship between paladins and Faith is like very, very interesting. This one was almost specifically the oath, right? The rest of religion was almost never touched on with this character, but the oaths are the specific thing that make a paladin different from a cleric, and you really nailed that. Yeah, that was beautiful, and it informed a lot of the post House on Griffin Hill Calliant development, when Calliant starts thinking about what's his name, Antoine and Kateri and all of that stuff. None of that would have happened without your way of portraying your character and the paladin class. So, well done.
Wow. I have to say, this was just such a fun character, right? Like, much like me, I felt like you were not afraid to make just bad choices, for fun and narrative purposes. I think like a very solid chunk of the first like 2 to 3 arcs were in many parts driven by some of like the choices we made, be it the one that stuck out to me where I was like, oh, like Moth doesn't really fuck around. Moth is like doing a thing here, huh? It was very specifically when your face got burnt by acid. And you went to Catalina and you were just like, hey girl, make my face pretty again because I need it for my work. And I was like, this is like kind of a horrific thing that's happening right now. And she's like, well, but like someone you love is gonna get like burnt. And you're like, yeah, like, whoa, life's hard, huh? And
Yeah.
obviously it was a dead end and then everything. Just like the and it was one of these things where I was like, this is like very much a choice. Like obviously Moth is not, because I'd never met you before. I'm like, I know Moth isn't like a monster, but like what a monstrous choice and what great fun this is. Because then, you know, the combat would come and you'd be like, here I am, like making good choices, except when it's narratively like fun to do something dramatic. And I think for me, one of the things that really struck home, like what this game is meant to look like with a group like this of like very good, experienced folk, is that it's the doing things that are complicated or can cause problems, because from a narrative perspective, it's what your character would do, but it's doing what your character would do in a way that doesn't ruin anyone else's fun, but expands everyone's fun. And you know, I mean, God, I don't. We don't have nearly enough time for me to list up all the fun little things that Miss Tati kicked off for all of us. But boy, there were a lot of them.
Here's my Tati star. Con woman, failed rebel, romantic, military powerhouse, facets. Moth's characters are always so multifaceted. Medium, ghost seer. All of these different pieces that
could someone make a little like lifetime
that are like seemingly disconnected, but Moth weaves into a single character that gives me a million inflection points. I can hit with post-revolutionary stuff. I can hit with ghost stuff. I can hit with ex-relationship stuff. I have so much to work with Moth's characters because there's so many facets to them, and they're not afraid to give me hostages to fate. Britannia had so many hostages to fate.
So many guys.
So
yeah, quite a few.
and cared so deeply about all of them, like to the point that we didn't have all the time in the world to devote to it, but the net stuff was important enough to Tati that we had to. We couldn't move on without doing it, you know? And that's my Britannia star, or the facets.
There's also the
oh no, please. We have a little more time.
There's also the cowardice aspect of this character.
That's what I was gonna say, yeah.
Which
literally as I'm becoming with facets, I knew I was gonna miss some because there were so many. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, all of those other complexities have fascinating intersections on their own, but they're all undermined by this cowardice thing, right? Which it changed over the course of the campaign. But you could feel it influencing the roleplay decisions from early on, pure roleplay stuff to really pivotal moments with characters like Gondogol and Strahd later in the campaign. You know, the character stopped hiding so much, but still still worked through fear in a very visible way. It was very well done. Yeah.
I think Britannia always kept
gotta
me on my
cut to-
toes.
I gotta cut to Moth. A couple seconds, Kalia.
No, I was just saying Britannia always kept me on my toes, even to the last end. But the last moment when you're like, oh, Britannia fully planned on killing Cairn, and I was like, absolute.
Oh, yeah.
My wig was like orbiting Venus still. I was like, what do you mean?
Moth, talk to us a little bit for a few 2 minutes on topic.
The cowardice is the important. Thank you. It's I started this character in one of the worst places of my life. And specifically in regards to anxiety and the feeling like I had run out what I could run out and I couldn't run any further. And I said, okay, let's fucking confront that. Let's make a paladin that's running, because these two things are never going to be able to coexist for the full existence of a campaign. And I had this is the most uncomfortable character I have lived in since some really ugly parts of Ed, which people in this party know about. But like, with the exception of, and I think you even know the parts of Ed I'm talking about, like Britannia is the hardest character I have inhabited. It's Ed in those parts, it's Britannia here, and then it goes to like Shkatha.
Right.
And I am going to be very, very happy to not be portraying Britannia anymore. And I had the greatest moments of realization and euphoria as this character. The moment in which I figured out that the Taraka reading I had done was going to matter is one of the single most meaningful roleplay moments I have ever had. I cried. I finished the game. I turned everything off and I went somewhere and I cried, because so much of the energy that went into this character is I'm running away from things because I have no power over them. That's what went into Britannia. And then I remember having this moment. I've had more than one of them in this
30-second wrap up.
Yes, but I had this very particular moment where I did the Taraka reading and I looked up and I looked into your eyes, John, and I realized by giving a divination, I had changed the outcome of the game. And I looked at the rest of the party and I went, okay, we can do this. And the fact that I got to do that as a con woman and got to actually do that in later parts of the game was so cool. So yeah, that's me.
Wonderful. Thank you. Kalia stars.
Oh,
I mean, the
Poems.
obvious one is the poetry, right?
the poetry.
Yeah.
That's not the obvious one. You're a real good wife.
Yeah.
Wow, probably an all right wife.
Fine wife.
I'll start. Like, I can do this. Josh, Kalia is a character that I can tell you put a lot of personal feeling into. I think that the things that Kalia absolutely was stunning in regards to the fact that Kalia had this ability to see straight through bullshit, whether that was good bullshit or whether that was bad bullshit, did not matter. Kalia had a incredibly cutting ability in that regard. It was different than Britannia's, but they both ended in the same results, which is that we can deconstruct people. Josh, it was so clear the way that you could obviously do that work because you showed it in your poetry. So not only were you doing the very heavy observational work, you were then rhyming it, often quickly, often in the middle of combat. So yes, the poetry is a big part of it, but I only say that because the poetry is the petals of a much deeper root system, which I am observing of you, which is your ability to say, oh, A hates B, B hates C, C loves D, D loves A hates D, D is very resentful of E's apparent wealth, and then make a poem about it. And that's
And do it in 30 seconds on the spot in the middle of the game. Like,
it's and to be very real for a moment, you had, I know, a very tough year. And the fact that you came into these sessions and did the kind of role play work that you did when I know you were often coming off very stressful things is not just, it's not commendable because I don't want to commend someone fighting through pain, but it's incredibly impressive. And I do want to acknowledge that.
Similar note, I've been thinking a lot about this game this week. And Josh, I think you had to do the most like emotional labor and emotional, like Kalia had to deal with the most emotional stuff. I mean, I felt like, especially as when you started off again, lighthearted Faye, everything is awesome. I'm detached. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We're here to have some fun, steal a book, get out. But by the end of it, it was like the sheer amount of emotional weight that Kalia had to deal with. It was really just one hit after another, right? And it wasn't just Kalia having to make bad choices. What was really hard about it in my mind was Kalia was really at the victim of other people's choices. Once Tati was like, I love you. And we started going around like sacrificing lives for each other, you had to do that. There was the genocide. There's all these big things happened sort of to Kalia in many ways that at the time didn't seem like they were within her control. And you did such a good job of like, this isn't even necessarily about the character, it's just about you as a role player, of like bearing those weights in a way that felt believable and made sense, and having them, most importantly, impact Kalia. One thing that I was very consistently impressed with was your ability to take the things that would happen from session to session and have them organically and impactfully affect your character. And that was super cool. Like, I mean, everyone obviously did that, but like I felt like Kalia had to deal with like lots of things. I mean, no one else had to deal with genocide, dark powers being like, you're gonna die when there was just a lot that poor Kalia had to deal with.
Don't forget In Love with Tatiana in Strasbourg.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, that was.
Oh wait, I get to be Tatiana again. That's very funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah, keep going. Keep giving Josh
That was,
compliments.
Anna,
Thanks a lot.
I want to draw it in again. She's always got something wonderful to say when I do it. Anna, like for Josh.
No, I mean, Kalia was such an inspiring character. And like I'm debating on maybe switching it up and playing a bard, and it's like Kalia's gonna be such a tough act to follow. She was such an amazing character. And I think one of the interesting things is Kalia and Yonata couldn't have been more different, but Yonata did feel a kinship with Kalia. Like she wanted to be there for Kalia. One scene that I remember was, I think, towards the end, where it was you and I, Kalia and Yonata were in a forest next to like a waterfall, just conversing about life. And I wish I
Shadowfae.
could remember the
He was in
actual
the shadow
conversation,
plane,
because you gave such an amazing poem that I felt really sort of embodied Yonata and Kalia's relationship, and it was like I think any scene Yonata had with Kalia was both wonderful, sometimes horrific, and also inspiring. Like
Those
Yonata
would be their
greatly
3 words.
apologizes for not sugarcoating your demise into Ezra.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
yes.
Felt really bad afterwards, and was like, maybe I should have sugarcoated that. And was like, you know, is what it is.
Last sentiment before we go to Josh.
No,
I mean,
that I think that summed up what I.
I mean, one more.
We've talked about Kalia's cruelty before, but also despair, right? I think nearly all of the characters in the party had despair at some point in the campaign, but it was ever present for Kalia, and it got so much worse as the game went on. And that was heartbreaking, but so well played.
No, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, there were a bunch of scenes like what Anna was saying, with Kalia and Caliant just talking about what they were dealing with and what they were going through, and those always felt very well thought out. It was clear that you understood what you were doing with the character, which inspiration. So, thanks. I really enjoyed playing.
Sorry, just a second. Josh, talk to us about your time as a leader.
Well, yeah, I think you guys know I've been going through quite a lot the last couple of years. Was pretty much guaranteed to die a couple of times, and then ended a pretty bad 10-year relationship, and everything was pretty bad. But I'm still here, and I think this character, in essence, represented this complete lack of control that I personally felt in my own life quite a few times. And there was a beauty in it that I got to just revel in and create beauty out of something that I was going through. And I was in this safe place with role players that are world class and that I trust intimately, and with the best DM I've ever known. And, I think it's just was a great place to find an outlet for things that were very, very real in my life. And a lot of the things that happened in the campaign were kind of like reflecting things happening to me, and just that feeling of helplessness was really nice to role play in a way that felt good. Even in the despair, I was having fun because, I'm just campy and I love that kind of stuff. I also love poetry. I do spoken word. It's kind of my outlet that I do. I bar You know, like I love doing spoken word. Traditionally I have weeks to write these things, not 30 seconds. So quite a few were definitely misses. But
They weren't. They just weren't.
None
but
were. I'm going to be. None were misses.
Yeah.
Some were bigger home runs than
Yeah,
others.
they
I'm-
were critical.
I'm tough on myself with writing though, but it was amazing exercise to be able to be like, all right, you got 30 seconds to write something here for this moment in between rounds of combat, and it was like amazing to be able to kind of flex myself that way, and it definitely inspired me to get back into doing that. That was something I did a few years ago, and throughout being very sick and all this and being trapped in New Hampshire, I haven't really done it. So, you know, hopefully moving back to New York soon, so I'll be able to get back into poetry and spoken word and all that, and just as something for me, not as a career, but you know, it's something I like to do. And I loved playing Kalia. I think Kalia is my favorite character I've ever played so far. I always play moody, you know, moody gothy ladies, whatever, but like this one was great. And you know, if Yonata was Samwise, I was playing Gollum, and I live for it.
I thought you were a Frodo.
Or
You
maybe
were
a bit
not
of
playing Gollum.
Gollum works too.
It's Frodo, the sufferer.
It's got to be, yeah.
You're playing Frodo.
Frodo's purpose in the narrative is to suffer, and so was Kalia's.
Well,
well, I fully saw
Well, to
going in the
rise
forward.
above suffering is a better way to put it.
There is almost certainly a thing we're supposed to do next in John's agenda, and instead we're going to do the same thing we just did, but with John.
That was my that was my next thing on my agenda,
Yeah.
so I appreciate it.
oh, okay.
I did not know that, but I wanted to make sure
No,
it happened.
It is because you have done this to me before, and I have accepted that I'm allowed to be praised. So start them off.
The
Both
webs.
for doing it now and for that. So yes, John Heath-Clark stars.
The webs.
I mean-
the webs. Oh, sorry.
No, go.
It's the
You started now, you can't stop.
the inner connectivity of it all combined with the adaptability. It was a very, very big world that you've made, and everything felt like it mattered. And I got to do all sorts of fun things. I got to be like 3 different characters. I got to do, no Tristan's Greatsword Railgun, but we got pretty close.
Next
And
campaign.
next campaign would be perfect for an Omega Cannon. But in all seriousness, the thing that I really want to start you for is just the character work. And the way you created these NPCs that were just so painfully real and so relatable and so immersive. And you created this world with literally just your words that was just painfully evocative. And it transported me, and I'm sure all of us. And getting people to commit this level of time for this long and be this emotionally invested in something, takes a lot of time. And look, I mean, there's a reason why the trope of like the D&D game peters out and people disappear to the 4 winds before a campaign gets done is a trope. It's because it's hard. It's very hard to make something this big, and you've done such a gorgeous job. So that's my star for you.
Can I riff on that for a moment?
Please.
You use the word create a lot there, John Drew, and yes, the creation is epic and amazing, but I also want to star the pacing of the whole thing.
Mhm.
Like all of that beautiful character work, I think, falls apart without the pacing required to tell the stories in a compelling way and to make sure the characters come across. And like, we asked for a slow burn campaign, right? That was one of the wishes for this game, was for a longer form of storytelling with more time for character development. And my God, did you deliver on that? This has been my most fun D&D game, not just with you, but ever. And it's not because the content is amazing, although it is. It's because the pacing allowed for this group of people who love what they do and are really good at it to really just revel in the richness of the game that you made. And that was stunning. Like, this is a masterpiece.
This
Yeah.
is a masterpiece.
Thank you.
I
Sorry,
mean,
I've been wanting to say that for months. So
Fridays are my bad days, right? By anybody who is going through what I'm going through, Friday would be the day that they dread. But I look forward to Friday more than any day, every single week. Like it keeps me going, you know, this kind of stuff. And like world-class DM, the character work, the story, how you keep all of us engaged, you know, you should be so proud.
Thank you.
You did a thing very early on. This was like arc 1. We infiltrated the caravan and of the lady that has no head.
Yeah.
And you
Montari?
Yes, Jacqueline Montari.
yeah.
And I remember early on, like this is like we're like week 4, like something really early at this point. And I remember, John, you looked straight into my eyes and you said, "This is important." And I was like, "Fuck yeah." Like there is no way I stop being invested in this for the rest of the game because what you were saying, you have a very, very specific ability to find things that your players find most important about a game and give it to them in a really well-paced way. That was Alistair Starr, and I want to reiterate that. But like specifically, I'm going to give this to you right now because you looked into my eye about 4 to 5 weeks in when you could tell that I was like, where is my investment here? And you looked into my eye, then you said, there's a mystery that you can figure out. And then you did that consistently with all of us for a year and a half. And I did something that a few weeks ago, I was in a really bad spot and I was really angry that Friday night had been canceled. And I said some things I shouldn't have said. And I want to apologize for that. Because what I was feeling was that this is really important to me. And I should have said, this is really important to me. And not some of the things I said that day. So.
I understood it that way, actually. So, thank you.
I think also the fact that you have this ability to have we make what seems like tiny little actions, stepping on a talk about the butterfly effect, right? We'll make one little choice and then you, I don't know, finish and scheme for what I assume is weeks because like every action that we take, it's like we are aware that you are connecting 60 threads to. I could probably do 3. So
Yeah.
like,
and like we've talked about, you know, player inventiveness in other stars earlier, but none of that works without a DM who can say yes and to that, right? Like you've followed us along all of the weird paths that our crazy little, rat in a maze brains have been going down through this game, and that it's impressive as hell. I also want to thank you for just the space that you've created here with this group, and I'm sure at Hex as well. I miss playing in person. I miss Hex and Company, but because of the space that you make with this game, I got to continue playing with 4 friends that I thought I would never see again when I moved away from New York. And I got to make 2 other great friends in the process as well. And that opportunity is like, that is priceless. I know I'm paying for this game, but that is priceless. And
sorry, thank you. I want to
No.
make sure to hear from Anna as well.
yeah,
And what can I say? I feel like every campaign I play with you, John, I learn so much. Not about just like what makes an engaging story, because a part of it is I do learn I get so immersed in every campaign I've ever played, but you also like are willing to, like, sometimes, at least for me, you push me into doing things where maybe at first I'm not always the most comfortable with it, but it helps me grow and learn more about myself. And that's really, like, it's really meaningful, because I think one thing, at least for me, that I can sometimes struggle with is I become like stagnant. I don't always push myself. I want things to be simple, easy. I want to be able to just, sludge through my day and like not have to push myself. But every time I play with you, a lot of our games, in different ways, you've pushed me to try new things as a role player, as well as like to take my characters in different directions. Like, one thing I remember is there were certain themes and tropes that, in, for example, like Vampires of the Masquerade, in the beginning I wasn't good at like picking up on them, but as it kept going I was like, oh, I see what John's doing here. Like, total toxic masculinity, total BS, want zero part of it. And it was just like, it was a really nice sort of growing moment that, for me, and through, I guess, a bit of ignorance in that, like, I stopped reading trashy romance a very long time ago, but in a lot of trashy romance I felt like sometimes some of the tropes are just like, the guy pretends to be good.
20-second wrap up.
So anyway, I just, you're an amazing storyteller, and you push me to do things that I would have never thought I could do or would do.
And thank you for giving real meaning and actual mechanical meaning to role play for a bard. I thought you did, I felt so validated and seen for giving you gave meaning to other DMs would not give meaning to for that, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. I have my 2 minutes now. I do consider this the finest artistic achievement of my life so far. This campaign. I think it's the best thing I've ever done. I'm like really honored by everything everybody said. I know everybody's going through very tough times, me too. I wanted to provide something, even though you're paying for it, outside of capitalism. Something that can't really be purchased. Something more valuable than the money that was spent on it, in a way that was ephemeral and untouchable and kind of defeated capitalism in its own little way, at its own game. Does that make any sense? Capitalism being the dark powers. I was preyed upon by Con Edison during a lot of this campaign, and that really fed into the dark powers. this was very meaningful for me. I had one of the most important mental health breakthroughs of my life because of this campaign, because of the star. Somebody starred me for being able to find the most drama in any situation. And I realized that that was what my anxiety was doing, and why I was driving myself crazy was I was trying to entertain myself with the most horrible things I could think of. I couldn't sleep because I was thinking of the Great Barrier Reef burning. And I was like, wait a second, this is entertainment. I am finding the most drama possible and entertaining myself. And now when those thoughts come up, I'm able to go, is this useful or is it entertainment? And if it's useful, I keep thinking about the bad thing, but it's usually not. It was the honor of a lifetime to run this campaign. It was very meaningful for me, for you all to be here. And there's an amount of being very good at something where there's only certain people that can appreciate it. Everybody loves it, but there's a group of people that get it. Does that make sense? And you all, there's nothing I could do that somebody or all of you wouldn't appreciate. There was no depth I couldn't go to, no individual tiny color at the edge of the border that you wouldn't catch. And that was really in many ways my favorite part of the campaign, was that I could count that every piece of pathos, everything I put in was going to be valued and appreciated, again, beyond money, beyond what we normally envision as possible. And there were a couple things I really wanted to leave you guys with. And one of them was that some of the worst things we do and the worst ways we feel are because we think tomorrow must look like today and yesterday. And life surprises us consistently. And to give into despair, which is what every Dark Lord did before doing the horrible things they did. To give into despair and to think that tomorrow can't be better because yesterday was bad, and therefore, whatever we all do, I just, as much as we talked about despair, the message I wanted for this campaign was hope. That things can and will surprise you in good ways that you cannot foresee. But the best things that happen to us are not things we predict. That's my little speech. I love all of you. Thank you for being here till 12:15, especially you, John Drew. I will see you all next week for session 0. Or not all of you. I know we're missing Anna. We'll make sure that you get brought in.
Oh, I thought we were doing an off week. Okay.
Are we doing it? Oh, I thought we decided not to do an off week.
I don't think we decided that.
Let's-
Let's survey after we're
Let's
done.
figure this out later.
Discord,
Yeah.
Discord tomorrow.
Mwah.
I love all of you.
Yeah.
We'll see you all soon. Peace and love.
Love you
Love
all.
you all.
Love
Good
you all.
night.
Bye.